Almost to year 2. Let's go. 14 months. Malice and love. Colon 3.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Friday stream. Welcome to the show. Hey, we made it. We made it to the end of our week. We got through it. It's been a week. It's been a hell of a week. I hope you've all had a good one. I hope it's been a good week for you. Hopefully better for you than me. It's been a real one. Hey, but happy Friday. Happy payday. Happy if you get paid today. Some people get paid on Tuesdays, some people don't get paid. Cuz they're hunting. Like me. Happy end of your work week, possibly the start of your weekend, and I hope it's going to be a great one. Happy if it's not your weekend and you work this weekend, hey, you know what? Listen, you just found yourself a little oasis of reprieve, and I hope that this evening is fun for you and you can kick back and relax and be carefree and get a little bit of a break from everything between now and your next shift. So, happy rent day. Yeah, happy rent day if you pay your rent today. I probably should. I'm sure I have. I'm sure it's the 28th. I'm pretty sure I should probably pay my credit cards before I go to bed. Yeah, but welcome Asia Clan, welcome Mitchell Does Twitch, welcome King Skeleton, welcome Bunny Ooh, welcome Rose, and Rose, thank you so much for the 23 months. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Almost 2 years. Holy shit. Wild. Jana, what the fuck is fade? I don't even know what that sentence means. Kitty! Welcome, Kitty. Welcome. More like night court saxophone plays? What? What does that mean? Jono, welcome. Zengetz, welcome. Zengetz, thank you so much for the 14 months. Crowstorm, thank you so much for the 15 months. Holy shit, you guys. It's so wild to see so many numbers popping up that are over a year at this point. That is so humbling and so freaking cool. You guys rock. Catalyst, welcome. Welcome. Swiper No Swiping, welcome. Unknown, welcome. Scored Formula, welcome. It's from an old show, Night Court. It was on NBC. Night Court on NBC, okay. I don't play saxophone. I do have a trumpet. I could break out the trumpet. It's been years. It would sound really bad. But I do not have a saxophone, though. Missed opportunity. God damn it. Golier, welcome. Welcome. So tonight is Friday. We're going to be shortly jumping into the conclusion of the Stolen Turnabout. I've been looking forward to this. I've been honestly counting the seconds until this stream. It's been, well then just say fight. It's been a stressful week. And streams are one of the things that get me through it. So tonight, I've been literally like counting the seconds, the minutes, the hours, the days, so that we can get to Friday, so I can do some fucking acting, and maybe tell you a story that sticks with you and that you enjoy, and scream into my microphone a little bit along the way. So this is going to be a great night. I've got with me a big old thing of Advanced GG. Many of you know we're sponsored by Advanced GG. Use code MEL for 10% off of your purchase. Naturally derived green tea, caffeine, all I can't say all. I think that would be legally irresponsible. But chock full of vitamins and minerals and all sorts of good stuff that your body needs, and it's tasty. And for me, it helps me drink a lot more water. So I am rocking a Dream Team Punch Advanced GG for my caffeine water, because I do need to keep myself energized. This is an exhausting stream. And I've also got a big old thing of hot water, because it's good to just be drinking water and staying hydrated in general. There's an offer for advanced UG for 4th of July. Is there? Is the 4th of July coming soon? I guess it is, isn't it? New t-shirt, new ice shakers. And the best part of the deal is you can buy any jar. So if you buy any jar right now, it looks like with Advanced UG, you can get a free jar of Rocket Pop, which tastes like that freaking ice. I've got some in the closet. If you like that taste, it tastes literally like that red, white, and blue ice pop you get from the ice cream truck. You know the one that looks like it's like the Empire State Building, but a rocket. You get a free jar of Rocket Pop along with whatever order you purchase. And as far as I can tell, it looks like between now and Sunday, let me make sure. Free jar of Rocket Pop when you spend over $30. And it looks like the code between now and Sunday is going to be 20% instead of 10%. So double check. If it's a deal breaker for you, double check. If you for any reason have to restock and you've wanted to pick up some of the stuff that you've been running out on, double check because it might actually be 20% off between now and Sunday, and you'll get a free jar of Rocket Pop Energy. So that is super cool. Do I make my own purchase? Do I want to pick up a whole bunch more calamansi while it's still in stock? Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. But as always, I also have a big old thing of hot water because it's good to stay energized in general. No one said the key to acting is caffeine. Just the key to me surviving my stream sometime is a little bit of extra caffeine. And so I use Advanced GG for that. I use my water for everything else. And then sheer force of will to get through this story. It's a great story. It is an exhausting stream, though. It's worth every freaking second. So last week, we started the Stolen Turnabout, and it was kind of a weird, strange new case because there was no murder. It was a heist. The first time there's been a heist and not a murder. The ancient Karain urn that used to hold the ashes of the founder of the Karain technique, Ami Faye's ashes. The same urn that was shattered during Reunion and Turnabout by poor little Pearls and glued back together in the wrong way, was stolen from an art exhibit being run by returning fan favorite character, Adrian. Such a fan favorite, my mind is blanking on her last name. Adrian Andrews. Thank you, internet. And it was stolen. And there was also no investigation. There was no initial arrest. There's just one poor little Izuku Midoriya of a little bab. Oh God, what's his name? I'm already blanking on this whole fucking case. I don't know. I just started to do a recap and I wasn't prepared for the recap because I didn't have my notes in front of me. Ron Delight, this beautiful boy, Ron Delight, claims that he's the cat burglar and turns himself in and is on trial as the thief of this urn. Ron, whose gorgeous girlfriend believes there's no chance in hell he could possibly be a thief, is fiercely defended by Phoenix Wright and ultimately acquitted. And in his place, arrogant, performative, private eye. Is it private eye? Detective, ace detective Luke Atme instead incriminates himself and goes to jail. There's one problem with this, though, because, you see, in order to prove that our client, Ron Delight, wasn't in the museum stealing the urn, we had to place him at the scene of what ultimately turned out to be another crime. We placed him at this security office where he used to work. We have it verified that he used his key card to enter the CEO's office of this security firm. See, he was at the security building at 1 a.m. in the CEO's office. He couldn't have possibly stolen the urn. He gets off scot-free. There's no way to convict Ron DeLite of stealing the urn. Instead, it's Luke Atme who cackles like a lunatic as he's carted out of the room on charges of breaking and entering and theft. Oops! There was a murder at the security firm of the CEO at 1 a.m., precisely the time that Ron DeLite was proven to be there. Ron is rearrested and charged with murder as we start day 2, preparing for an entirely different trial to defend our momentarily acquitted client from burglary, now rearrested and being charged with murder. So, shit just hit the fan. We no longer have a suspect. Luke Atme has been arrested for burglary. What do we do now? We're going to start our second day of investigation. And I want to jump in without further ado. So really quick, let's just get down to business. If you've never been to my streams before, welcome. My name is Melisande. You can call me Mel. I'm a variety streamer. I stream 5 to 6 nights a week. I play a lot of single player games like Baldur's Gate 3 and Destiny and other stuff. I will also be playing a fair amount of Apex Legends next week. I am the voice of Catalyst in Apex Legends, and I will be playing at least 2 collabs of Apex next week. And I have more on this later, but I have a little tournament coming up that I'm going to be a part of. Again, a little Apex tournament. I will do my best. If you're new to Fridays, Friday night is my Ace Attorney stream. This is the night where I put my acting chops to the test. I say that a little tongue-in-cheek. It's silly, it's campy, it's anime as fuck, but it's a good time. We're playing through Ace Attorney and maybe someday in the future other games that don't have voiceover, and I voice everything. Every single character, from the highest of the littlest characters down to the deepest and biggest characters. And it's a fucking fun romp, and so I hope you stick around if you've never been here before. Because it's a performance stream, that means a couple of things. I will be taking more breaks. So there will be many 3-minute breaks on this stream. I want you to know that up front because it gives me an opportunity to use the restroom because I'm drinking a lot of water. Gives me an opportunity to rest my voice, stretch my legs. This is work. It's hard work. I'm basically doing a voiceover session even though we're giggling and laughing together. But don't worry. I do not perform when there is a commercial break. I will always be away from my computer, so even though there are more ads, you will not miss anything. And if for some reason I fuck up, if an ad starts and I was like in the middle of a sentence, if you follow the channel, you have free access to the ad emote. You can spam the hell out of it, and I will know to stop. And I will stop, okay? Also, if you got the points and you feel like it, I'm trying my best to take care of my voice here. So feel free, whenever it seems like I'm getting a little dry, feel free to spam that hydrate button for channel points, and I will take a big ol' sip as soon as I have an opportunity. Suck. Thank you. I was counting on it. Lastly, if there's something you'd like to hear one of my characters say, the sussest of the sussiest sussy baka thing you can think of, or something super say-so and sweet but embarrassing, you can buy it. It's 200 bits. I just ask you to do one thing. Put the line in a separate message. Drop the bits and then drop the line after that, and I will deliver the line of your choice given by the character of your choice. Preferably a character in the case we're currently doing. But I'll have this little sign on screen all night, so you can certainly take me up on that offer if you'd like to embarrass me. That being said, we are going to get started as soon as I get back. So I'm going to take a quick, what if sus and a say-so? Suso? I can do Suso. I could do a Suso quote. You got one in mind? But with that in mind, let's just get the game booted up. I will take a 3-minute break just to reset the timer. Welcome, Poison Gecko. And then we'll jump in and we'll get started and pick up where we left off. How does that sound? Good. She said, not waiting for an answer. He. Let's see. Terrible. It's terrible. It's awful. It's bad. It's terrible. Boo. Boo. Can we get that? Wait a minute. Can we get that as a sound alert? Are Waldorf and Statler on sound alerts? I bet they're not. I bet that's too old. That's an old person joke. Let's see.
That was the worst thing I ever heard. It was terrible. Horrendous.
Well, it wasn't that bad.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, there were parts of it I liked.
Yeah, I liked a lot of it.
Yeah, it was good.
It was great.
It's wonderful.
Oh, bravo. More.
Is this the other one?
That was wonderful.
Bravo.
I loved that.
Oh, it was great.
Well, it was pretty good.
Well, it wasn't bad.
Well, there were parts of it that weren't very good,
It
though.
could have been a lot better.
I didn't really like it.
It was pretty terrible.
It was bad.
It was awful.
It was terrible.
Get him away.
Hey, boo.
Boo.
I might put those on my soundboard at some point. I might even put those in for channel points. We'll see. I gotta remember to do that. All right, Misfits. I will be. Let's lead the game up, and then I will take my break. We can call them so good and no good. Let's see. We tried something new last stream, by the way. I was on my feet for a good amount of it, so I think once we get back into the actual courtroom stuff, I'm going to stand up again and do it like a proper session, like on my feet, because I feel like that honestly made the performance even better. It was fun. Do I emote with my hands and stuff? I do. I do. My hands are up in the air. You should see me. I'm flailing like a lunatic while I'm performing on these streams. All right, I will see you all in just a few minutes, and we will begin. So, this is your last chance. Check your ticket. Make sure you know where your seat is. Ask an usher if you need some help. Find your way. Get yourself seated. If you need to grab a snack, if you want to change into something cozy, if you want to refill your water or use the restroom, now is the chance to do it. I will see you in just a few minutes, and we will begin part 2 of The Stolen Turnabout. All right, it begins. Let me know if my sound in the game is good. It's all the normal levels, but if for any reason you hear any bounce back on my mic, because I keep my speakers on, so if anything loops or starts to sound funky, let me know. Otherwise, let's see where tonight's adventure takes us. You guys ready? Let's go. October 13th, 3:02 p.m., Wright & Co. Law Offices. You know, I'm glad we found the urn and all, but poor Mr. Delight got arrested again. Well, supposedly, Mr. Delight was in the CEO's office when the murder occurred. No way, Jose! I don't buy it! But the one who proved that Mr. Delight was there was Mr. Nick himself. At least from what I understand. Looks like you did too good of a job this time, Nick. Well, how about we start looking into the KB security murder? I think I'm gonna head back to Korean Village for a little while if it's all right. Sure, but why? I'm gonna bring the sacred urn back and have some people take a look at it. What? Hey, Misfits! We raised our eyebrow last week at one particular piece of evidence that we did not know what to do with yet. And it was sent before the heist. The emblem is top secret. And it said, "Take good care of the speckled urn, won't you?" And we raised an eyebrow and we were like, wait a minute, why is the urn speckled? Like, the urn has never been speckled. It's a blue urn. It was broken. It was put back together incorrectly. It used to say "on me." Now it says "I am," because little Pearl didn't know what she was doing when she put it back together because she can't read. But the urn that was returned to us is speckled with lots of pink shit. And it says "on me." I'm not making this up. Look at the poster for the exhibit. Not only does it say "on me," it looks like it's put back together the right way. Like it's not a piece of shit. It just is covered in speckles of like paint now. Yo, kiddos, something happened. And we haven't noticed it yet. We've noticed it. You and I have noticed it. But Ace Attorney Phoenix has not noticed it yet. Pearl has not noticed it yet. Something's going on with this urn. I'm gonna bring the sacred urn back and have some people take a look at it. Oh, that's a good idea. I think I'll go with. No, Mystic Maya. You should stay here. I want you two to spend some special quality time together, full of love and happiness. Pearls is so caught up in her fantasy, she forgot there's a murder to solve. Try that again. Pearls is so caught up in her fantasy, she forgot there's a murder to solve. Sacred urn given to Pearls. Now remember, no fighting, okay? She's gone. Okay, Nick. Time to get going on this murder investigation. Yeah, I guess so. So, what do we do now? Isn't it obvious? We should get out there and investigate the murder. Well, first, we need to find out exactly where KB Security is located. Hey, why don't we ask Ms. Delight? She should know. Besides, I want to ask her some stuff about motorcycles. Motorcycles? You're not thinking of getting one, are you? I'm not the same little Maya who used to be happy with her dinky little bike, Nicky boy. Speaking of asking around, I got a few questions of my own from Mr. Delight. Okay, well, let's make sure to go to the detention center too. You must be relieved that we got the sacred urn back, huh? You bet. But there's something a little different about it. Huh? Me? It's pretty obvious, isn't it? I mean, take a look at this. It clearly says I am on the urn in the poster. But the urn we got back, I beat them to it. But the urn we got back says I'm me, just like it used to. Oh yeah, you're right. Plus, the vase has pink splotches on it now. I'm sure they weren't there before. Maya doesn't know. But 1 year ago when the urn was broken, the repairer accidentally turned Mystic Ami's name into I am. Oh. And that repairer was one mechanically unskilled Little Pearls. But still, I don't remember ever seeing pink splotches on it. Isn't it possible that that urn is a fake? I'm sure Pearls will find out about that once she gets back to Korean Village. Yeah, I suppose. Now that I think about it, Maya hasn't been back to Korean Village in a long time. So, I guess people still go to Korean Village to do their training, right? Yep. If you want to become a spirit medium, you need to undergo severe training. So why haven't you been training lately, Maya? Well, lately I've been thinking of heading to a channeling dojo to do just that. A channeling dojo, huh? Sounds pretty serious. Whatever that is. If you're gonna train, you have to be serious. Otherwise, real tragedies can happen. Is what happened last year still bothering you? That murder in her village. It happened because the power of channeling was misused. When a medium uses the Korean technique, she temporarily loses her own will. So when an especially strong spirit is summoned, the spirit medium can get taken over and even forced to commit terrible crimes. What's worse, in those cases, the spirit medium has no memory of what happened. That murder. It wasn't your fault, Maya. You know that, don't you? I suppose not, but I guess I'm still a bit shaken up, that's all. Sounds like being the master of Korean is going to be a heavy responsibility. All right, let's go and begin our investigation. We have a lot of places to go. Holy shit. All right, let's start with the detention center. October 13th, detention center, visitors room. I already told you, it's not me! A sad, pitiful whine that tapers into silence. Sounds like they're interrogating Mr. Delight right now. Man, and we don't have enough time as it is. Yeah, well, I guess the police are going crazy just like we are. Yesterday, they thought he was just a thief, but now they have a murder case on their hands. I guess you're right. That guard over there looks a bit on edge, too. Come on. We'll just have to come back later. Okay. Wow, that was strange. Okay, let me try that again. Okay, let's go check out some other place, Nick. Hey, Aubrey Firejill, welcome. All right, well, in lieu of being able to talk to Ron just yet. Yeah, I guess we're switching from it was me to not me. I think Ron was very happy and completely comfortable being recognized as a thief, but now that he's on trial for murder, this is not an okay thing for him. October 13th, Mask to Mask's hideout. Oh, Nicky boy. Maya. Ms. Delight. All I wanted to do was help my dear Ronnie. Yeah, but I guess it ended up hurting his case. Don't say that, Nick. She doesn't need your help beating herself up. Hey, Nicky boy, please. Please help Ronnie. He's not a killer, I swear. My Ronnie wouldn't hurt a fly. All right, I'll poke around and see what I can find out. Really? Oh, are you serious? Oh, I'm so happy. I knew asking for your help was the right thing to do. I don't know what I can do to help anymore. I had no idea Ms. Delight had such a vulnerable side. I was not expecting that level of melodrama. Oh, Nick, what do I do? Listen carefully, Nicky boy. My Ronnie would never, ever kill anyone. It's just not in him. I don't think he would either, Nick. Yeah. But you have to admit he's got a bit of a temper to him. It's not that hard to imagine him snapping and screaming, "Please die!" He would never say that. Anyway, Ms. Delight, he might not be a killer. But he's still going around saying he's a thief. I already told you, that's just a fantasy for him. Ms. Delight, I hate to say it, but you're the one living in a fantasy world. What? How dare you say that about me, Nicky boy? I know everything about my Ronnie. We don't have any secrets between us. Ronnie isn't the thieving type. He's so honest that he wouldn't even sneak a nap. He's so honest that he wouldn't even steal a glance. A thief? The very idea. I guess I just don't get it. Get what? I just can't understand how they can be so different, yet be such a happy couple. Yeah, they sure are different. Come on now, Nicky boy. It's not that mysterious, is it? It was love at first sight. For me, anyway. What? For you? I gotta hear this story. So was it really love at first sight when you first met Mr. Delight? Well, maybe not at first sight, but Ronnie saved my life. Saved your life? I was at work one day when 2 robbers suddenly rushed in. Well, I'm not the kind to just curl into a little ball in a corner, so I fought back. Robbers? Yes, they took me hostage. I was so frightened. They were both carrying these huge knives, and I broke down in tears. Yeah, I would too, if I were in that situation. Oh, I think I get it. Did Mr. Delight come running to save you? Yes, exactly. I remember. He looked so handsome in that guard uniform of his. He went right up to those 2 knife-wielding robbers and he screamed in their faces. Please, stop it! he screamed. I could see the robbers' faces turn pale. That high-pitched shriek of his does have a surprisingly strong effect on people. Then, crying and swinging his arms like crazy, he attacked those two robbers. Crying and swinging his arms. Crying and swinging his arms. Get away from her! All by himself. He came to save me. A total stranger. All by himself. He was so scared that he was crying and shaking, but he still risked his life for me. Wow, that's a great story. Yes, he may not look it, but in a tough situation, there's no one better. That's why I fell in love with him like I did. That is so romantic. I'd fall in love too, I guess. Nick, I hope you'll do the same for me if I ever get taken hostage. With Maya, that possibility always seems to loom in the not-so-distant future. Woman, you have been taken hostage! He literally has been taken hostage. Maya! All right. Let's ask about KB Security. Ms. Delight, do you know anything about KB Security? Don't be silly. Of course I do. That's where my Ronnie works. So she thinks he still works there, huh? And yet, according to what we heard today... Come on. Don't tell me you didn't know. Ron Delight was once an employee of KB Security. He was a professional security guard. Ron quit. He doesn't work there anymore. Looks like Ms. Delight doesn't know. KB Security's only about 20 minutes away. By motorcycle, that is. Larry told me it takes 30 minutes by car. Well, I have to admit I tend to fly pretty fast on my bike. To make it to KB Security that fast, are you sure you aren't literally flying? Hey, why don't I give you a ride sometime? Or better yet, how about now? No. I'll pass. Thanks. Well, why don't you just tell us where it is and we'll go ourselves? What a scaredy cat you are, Nick. Ms. Delight told us the location of KB Security. Okay, let's head over there right away, Nick. Almost. I have one more question I'd like to ask her. I hate these kinds of people more than anything. You mean Ace Detectives? No, I'm fine with Ace Detectives. Oh, so then you must mean thieves. No, they're all right too. I hate thieves that pretend to be Ace Detectives. There's nothing I hate more than cowardly men. By the way, why did you go to Detective Atmey's office anyway? Well, as the trial went on, I started to get more and more anxious. I went there to try to find out more about the real criminal. The real criminal? Yes. Obviously, the real Mask to Mask is not my Ronnie, right? Yeah. And Detective Atmey knew more about Mask to Mask than anyone else. They mentioned him on the Great People Around Town segment on TV. So then, you went there to ask some questions? That's right. I'll do whatever it takes to save my man. His secretary said the Ace Detective isn't in right now. but I forced my way past her and into his hideout. I wouldn't exactly call that office of his a hideout. That bag was sitting right there on top of the table. Oh yeah, we saw that bag yesterday too. There's nothing lower than someone who would try to... Let me try that sentence again. There's nothing lower than someone who would try to pin a crime on someone else. Okay, cool. Sure, I'll take it. The only thing she likes less than specifically thieves posing as ace detectives are people who would pin the crime on somebody else. I like Desiree. She's sweet. She's got that like hot biker chick, but like with a heart of gold, and I like that about her. All right, let's take a good old look over at the detention center. Let's see if Ron's back. He is not back. Let's try the ATME agency. I wonder if ATME is still in custody. October 13th, ATME Detective Agency. Whoa, this place is literally crawling with cops. What did you expect? Now that they know he was actually masked to mask. This must be incredibly embarrassing for them, don't you think? Yeah, I guess they're trying to make up for it by tearing the place apart. Hey, I just noticed. Gumshoe's nowhere to be seen. Well, he is a homicide detective. He's probably working on the murder case. But wasn't he in charge of the mask-to-mask investigation all the way up to yesterday? Well, a murder case is a lot more exciting, isn't it? He'd say something like, "There's nothing like a good murder case, pal!" Points for the quality of the impression. But I'm not sure Gumshoe has bloodlust, Maya. All right, nothing going on here. Let's try out... Hey, pal, what's happening? Yeah, actually, have we even had a chance to explore his hideout yet? I don't know if we've ever actually looked around. Have we? Let's see. Okay, there's nothing to look at. Yeah, something with knives pinned into it on the wall, just right into the wallpaper. They are deep. Yeah, I know, you'd think they're probably coming into the next apartment by now. Suitcases full of stamps, urns filled with sand. A lot of weird shit going on in this office. All right, let's go to the CEO's office, I guess. Okay, that is very high tech. October 13th, KB Security, CEO's office. So I guess this is where it all went down, huh? The walls in here look thick. Just like you'd expect in a CEO's office. What has that got to do with anything? Hey, it's you guys! Oh, it's Detective Gumshoe. Today was a real train wreck for you guys, huh? Sure was, pal. That prosecutor made real fools out of us. Yeah, I feel for you. Wow, that's not like you at all. I thought you'd be more like... Oh, that was great! You guys deserve what you deserve, pal! Ho, 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 ho! Or something to that effect. Do I really sound like that to you, pal? If the gumshoe fits. Well, anyway. The point is, I can tell when someone puts their heart into their jobs. And I can sympathize when things don't go your way. Sometimes I feel like wrong is the only way things go for us detectives. Wow. I had no idea Detective Gumshoe was such a nice guy. Now, if this little love fest is over, maybe we can start investigating. Detective Gumshoe, tell us what you know about the murder.
Okay, but the thing is, I'm really not supposed to.
Hey, come on. What about how we put our hearts into our work? Things are really working against us right now, and we need help.
Okay, I'll tell you. Just don't start crying on me, okay, pal?
Okay, I won't cry on you, pal.
The victim's name is Kane Bullard. He was the CEO of KB Security and a pretty big fella in his own right.
Oh. Thank you, Devin. That's sweet. I appreciate it.
He was CEO of KB Security and a pretty big fella in his own right. His corpse was discovered at 9 o'clock this morning. His estimated time of death was 1 o'clock in the morning on October 12th. Cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head, probably an object in this room.
It happened at exactly the same time that Mask to Mask was stealing the urn, huh? Time of death, 10:12 at 1 a.m. Cause cerebral hemorrhaging from blunt trauma to the head. So why did it take almost an entire day to discover the body?
There's a good explanation for that one. Bullard's body was stashed away in that safe.
Safe. Oh, it is pretty big.
Nobody had heard of him.
Heard from him? Sorry, let me try that again.
Nobody, I'm getting lost in this voice. Nobody had heard from him. And when they opened the safe this morning, out he came.
Oh, so the body fell out. That white string must be the shape from when he fell out. I think we still need some more information about Mr. Billard. Mr. Billiard? Maybe you could start by getting the man's name right. Word I'm glad I never saw in a spelling, just hemorrhaging. Hemorrhaging. I swear, some days, certain words do not come out of my mouth correctly, no matter what I do. Other days were fine. Today, cerebral hemorrhaging. So, what happened to Mask?
He's at the detention center screaming like a madman. Investigate me again, he keeps yelling.
Oh, no. I don't mean him. He's not the real thief anyway, right? Oh, no, I'm sorry. He's doing the first one, right?
He spent all day screaming down at the precinct, investigate me again!
Oh, no. I don't mean him. He's not the real thief anyway, right?
Oh, you mean that detective at me? Oh, that was great. The guy got what he deserved.
Now that's the detective I know and love.
Think about it. Atme was always around when the calling card showed up. But he always mysteriously disappeared when the heist took place. I was hiding at the crime scene. Yeah, right. That's the lamest thing I've ever heard. That's how you just knew he was the thief.
That would explain how he was able to retrieve the stolen items he keeps bragging about.
Yeah, he just did that to make himself look like a great detective, that's all. But there's one thing I can't figure out about his first heist.
His first heist?
Yeah, the Tear of Emanon case. There was a witness on that one.
A witness?
Here, I saved the newspaper clipping. Since the thief is already under arrest, you guys can keep it.
Stolen, the gem and the thief. Hey, this guard here. Haven't I seen him somewhere before? Who is it? Please be I mean, it's probably going to be Larry Butts, but my heart wants it to be Officer Meekins. Where'd my game go? There it is. Oh, it might have been Ron. No, you're right. It might have been Ron, because Ron was a security guard for that firm. Hey, Moldy Lomain. Hey, this guard here. Haven't I seen him somewhere before? It's pretty small, so it's kind of hard to see, but now that she mentions it. Newspaper clipping added to the court record. Let's take a quick look at it. Okay, it's just that. Never mind. Sure. Oh, that prosecutor. I really don't like that guy. The way he used our own evidence to do that The way he used our own evidence to do that to Mr. Delight?
Yeah, I think he did it just that way. I think he did it that way because he knew it'd hurt more. That's what my gut tells me anyway.
So who is that Java-addicted masked maniac anyway?
Prosecutor Gatto? He's quite the enigma, huh? The thing is, pal, I never even heard of the guy before. He just showed up one day at the prosecutor's office. Came out of nowhere.
Came out of nowhere? I need to tie my hair back. It keeps falling in my face. One second. Came out of nowhere? That's right. He said this was his first case as a prosecutor.
And it's true, according to the records anyway, but no way he's an amateur. He's an Iceman in court, a maverick that gives me goosebumps.
Goosebumps? You?
Yeah, I knew something was off about him, so I asked around. Nobody would talk to me. They all just turned the other way.
Poor Detective Gumshoe. I had no idea you were so unpopular.
No, that's not what I meant.
That Gatto guy acts like he knows me and has a grudge against me. I get the feeling he's hiding some kind of dark secret. Alright, let's examine. Back in my chair. So first things first, we have the safe. Ew. Think about it. A dead guy was laying in here all night.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, don't bother asking about fingerprints. There were none.
Well, somebody opened this safe on the night of the crime, right? Yeah, and so, well, if Mr. Bullard's body was hidden in there, it must mean that it was opened by either the killer or the victim, right? Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, I got some bad news for you, pal. Are you ready?
Okay, shoot.
Opening this baby is no piece of cake. There are only a few people who know how to open this safe, pal.
Yeah, and?
Everyone that knows how to open this safe had airtight alibis. I checked. Everyone, except one, that is.
I'm almost afraid to ask.
Former security chief, Ron Delight.
What? Ron Delight, he was a security chief? Ron. So he knew how to open the safe, huh?
Yeah. Sorry for raining on your parade there, pal.
Hey, Hathorn. Hey, Fresh Lemonade. Just gotta respond to something really quickly. What about the markings down here? This rope. You think it fell out of the safe when it was opened? I don't think so. Oh no, wait! Oh no, Maya! Fresh lemonade, thank you. This rope. Do you think it fell out of the safe when it was opened?
I don't think so.
So, you mean...
Yeah, I think this string shows where and how the corpse was lying.
You mean... the victim? He was killed by being crushed by the safe door?
She can't be serious, can she?
Wow, look at that! A huge framed photo.
Tall mountains rising majestically against the dark and cloudy sky.
There's a title written at the bottom of the photo. The greatest sunrise of my life. This is it? This was his best sunrise?
Either this guy didn't get out enough or he had really rotten luck with the weather.
Maybe if he'd lived a little longer, he would have seen some better days. Maya, that is savage! Woman, no! Jesus, he was murdered! All right. Setting that one on the shelf. This, of course, I should say, after all, this is Maya of winning this case won't bring your dead dad back fame. You remember that burn that she shot at Franziska? All right, what the hell is this button and can I press it? Ooh, there's a button here. Let's see.
Hey, cut it out! Don't press that!
Oh, that was pretty funny. I never knew Detective Gumshoe could jump like that.
What is that button anyway? It's an emergency buzzer. It says right there on the panel.
Oh, you're right. It's written right there. Nick, how many times have I told you to read the instructions first?
This alarm's connected to the basement guard room. It's used to summon security up here.
Really? Then it's possible on the night of the crime? So when the CEO was attacked, do you think that maybe he pressed the buzzer?
Yeah, I thought about that. So I asked around down there, but they said that the buzzer never went off that night. Also, we couldn't find any fingerprints on the buzzer. Mr. Bullard, the victim, wasn't wearing any gloves, by the way, so just so you know.
I think we'd better go talk to that guard about this emergency buzzer. There are no fingerprints on it. Okay, what else we got? What's this? This looks like some kind of bookshelf rolling cabinet hybrid. I can't get between these two shelves. Don't strain yourself trying. It looks like the shelves are controlled by a special panel. So I guess it's one shelf at a time, huh? Looks like they're filled with bunches of files. Yeah, files filled with data about security jobs they were hired to handle. Be good night's reading, if you've got insomnia. I was hoping for something a little bit more exciting, like UFOs or something. Okay. What is this giant book right in front of me? This isn't obvious. Check out this big, thick binder here. You know, I think this might be where Mitt Romney keeps all his women. I kid. God, that's like a 10-year-old joke at this point. Someone escort me into the ocean. Check out this big, thick binder here. Leave the heavy lifting to me, Nick. Reading a file isn't exactly backbreaking work, just a little hard on the eyes. What did you find out, Nick? This file, it's not about any sort of security operations or anything. This huge file is all about Mask to Mask. It's filled with info on him. What? What kind of info? It's filled with incredibly detailed information about his methods and the crime scenes. Huh. Hey, Hey, Nick, look at the last page. It's a list. Let's see, tier of Emanon, 100,000. This looks like a list of all the treasures that Mask to Mask stole. So then $100,000 is the value of the stolen item? I don't know, that number sounds kind of low to me. I think I'd better secretly make a copy of this list. Kane's list. Is that because he's a Mormon? No, it's a dumb joke from Christ, the 2012 election, where someone asked Mitt Romney during one of his debates with Obama about why he didn't have a lot of women, like, on his election staff or something. And he was like, really passionate about hiring women. He's like, I've got binders full of women. And I don't know, everyone was really taken by that phrasing. Like there was like a couple of weeks where everyone was like, binders full of women. What a fucking sentence. Binders of women. You just shove them in there. You just put them in between. You put them in those little plastic sleeves and then you just clip them in. Yeah, I don't know. My brain just went there when I saw a big old binder. I haven't heard the term binder since probably school. And that. Anyway. I'm old, I'm sorry. All right, what else we got? The desk, perchance? What about the phone? This must be the CEO's desk. It's a lot simpler than I would have thought. Hey, that looks like a super soft chair. Let me try it out, just for a second. Oh, nice. I feel just like a CEO. Hey, you! Whip me up a cup of some really expensive import tea and some scones. Move it! This is the life. I'm sorry, let me try that take again. This is the life.
The victim sat in that chair just before he was brutally killed, you know?
All right, I think we're done here. Let's go talk to someone. Is there anything I can present here that he wants to comment on? Talk to me about the binder. Oh God, there's more. Wait. Crown of Bongora, 150,000. Left Hand of Hades, sculpture, 240,000. Portrait of Megina, painting, 500,000. This is interesting. Everything he steals is more expensive than the last. So if this was his first thing he stole, he got more ambitious every time. Hey, Misfits, I have a theory. How much do you want to bet? It's because his girlfriend's tastes kept getting more expensive, and he had to steal more and more expensive things just to keep up with her shopping. Put a pin in that, I swear to God, if it comes up later. I swear to God. I wanted to stop stealing after the first time, but my girlfriend got used to that lifestyle, and honestly, her shopping habits just got even more expensive. I mean, I had to steal greater and greater valued items in order to keep up. Although, wait, no, that's not right. I guess technically I could have stolen a lot more items instead of just singular items. I guess I could have gotten a part-time job as well. The more you think about it. I can imagine. All right, let's try this. So about this.
Huh? Hey, what's that?
Hey, wait a minute, Maya. What's wrong? We copied that data without permission. Don't show it to him. He might get mad at us.
So, what are you two whispering about?
Oh, nothing. It's just my billfold.
It's a pretty thick billfold you got there, pal. I really want you to show it to me.
All right, what about this? Detective Gumshoe, about this right here.
Sorry, it's hard to believe, but there's a limit to how much my brain can hold. I got 2 ears and 2 eyes, but I only got 1 brain.
I can see your eyes and ears. The jury is still out on the brain thing. Hey, Nick, if you have something to say, just come out and say it. All right, what about the autopsy? No. But this.
This was his first heist, and I guess I underestimated him. I was sure he was gonna get him. I was sure I was gonna get him. So I was careless, and I lost the info on the witness.
By witness, you mean the guard in this photo?
Yeah, he and the detective worked together to try catching Mask to Mask.
He got away anyway, huh?
That guard. I got the weird feeling that I've seen him around lately.
You know what? I think you're right, Golier, but I bet it's Ron. I bet it's Ron, and I bet he stole his first thing and then played witness to cover it up. All right, let's go take a peek. Oh, there is a security room. Let us head downstairs. Okay, so this is obviously gonna be Larry Butts, right? The one character I do not have a consistent voice for. Pew, 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 pew. Welcome, Real. October 13th, KB Security, Security Guard Office. I'm sorry, are they playing Pokemon over there? What the hell is going on? What is happening in this corner? This looks like Pokemon. Or Zelda or something. What is he playing? What game does he have up on his security stream? Wow. This is really something else. What is this giant fucking sonar system? For a security guard office, it sure doesn't feel very secure. KB security guard. Uh-oh, I just remembered Larry might be... Hey, Nick! What's up? Oh, so he is here. Yo! How's it hanging, dude? And you got my sweet little Maya with you, too. Hi, Larry. Here I was, working my fingers to the bone. And in walks an angel. I got no problems with a daytime date. It's all good. No, that's not what we're here for. We're investigating the Bullard murder case. Huh? Oh yeah, that's right. You're a lawyer, aren't you? He's so hopelessly clueless. Well, if it's about the murder case, boy, have I got some good news. I was gonna say news. Let me try that take again. Well, if it's about the murder case, boy, have I got some good info for you. Did we like this? This sort of cracky voice, or do we like the surfer dude, bro? If it's about the murder case, boy, have I got some good info for you. I think I kind of like him a little bit, like a little. I like him kind of like playing between his two registers. I've got some good info for you. Really? What is it? Huh. Well, I don't mind sharing with my sweet little Maya. But Nick here's a different story. But Larry, I thought you two are old school buddies. That was then and this is now. What? Bruh. Dude. So what's this good info you're talking about, Larry? Hey, I'm a guard, a pro. I can't give away information for free. He wants a bribe. I thought professionals were more, I don't know, honest! Can you talk to him, Maya? Larry, tell us already. What's the good info? Hey, I like that. This kitten's got some claws. Rawr. Okay, you really want to know? Yes, so tell me. Okay, so the thing is, Ron Delight was an employee here. And naturally, since I'm a pro, I looked into his background. Follow me? Yeah, you're a pro. I follow you. Go on. Well, 1 year ago, Ron DeLite was fired. And there was no warning at all. It just happened all of a sudden. I know this is a small company, but I think that was pretty awful. I guess he must have done something bad to have gotten fired like that. Like maybe skipping out of work to go pick up some hot chicks or something? No, that's just you. So what is it like to be a part-time security guard? Let me tell you, it's tough. Well, you know me, I get by all right, I guess. First, I have to keep my eye on those monitors all the time. Monitors? There are security cameras set in each room around the building. It's really hard. Sometimes I feel my eyes are gonna fall out. Oh. And if I see something suspicious, I have to contact one of the teams. What teams? The security teams for this company. They're supposedly the best in the business. But I'm no amateur either, so if it's something small, I don't bother calling them. So in other words, you basically watch TV screens all day. You were in this office when the murder took place, weren't you? Why would you say that? This is just a part-time job for me. I can't operate the equipment and I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I am dumb. I am so dumb. I am the dumbest. No one is dumber than the Butts. Larry Butts, attorney at Dumb. Esquire. Not Esquire, that's you, that's your job. But I am dumb as bricks. Even if this part-time job, even if it is a part-time, sorry, let me try that again. Even if it is part-time and you are dumb, you're still in charge of security here. Hey, give me a break! I don't try to pin the whole, don't try to pin the whole thing on me. That's not fair, Nick. Huh? I don't think you can expect someone like him to take any responsibility. Anyway, the point is, you were here that night, right? Oh no, I knew something smelled bad. And it was the Butts after all. Well, it's like I always say. That was then, and this is now, okay? Looks like I'm gonna have to break the psych locks after all. Do we try? Let's try. Is it bad that I want Larry? Real why? Why the Butts? Why the Butts? Let's try it. Larry, I want you to tell me about the night of the murder. Oh man, why do we have to talk about that? Okay, we've already done this. Why don't we talk about about what we're gonna do tonight instead, Maya? Ugh, I won't get anywhere if I can't break these psych locks. I think I have to present Maya's. Yeah, I know. Mega Man! No, I do not need your help, game. Let's try this. Take that! No, bro is down bad for any vagina he finds. Dude was asking questions about Pearl. He is not okay. Dude is not okay. Hey, Real, I don't know. Listen, I don't know. He's the Butts, you know? He is truly singular. So, you know, you might have a shot yet. You might have a shot yet. I will respectfully abstain from the running. On the night of the crime, were you working hard like you were supposed to? What? Huh? Of course I was. Why wouldn't I have been? But didn't you sneak out of work just yesterday to go see Ms. Delight? Well, but that was that, and this is this. Is there any chance that you snuck out of work last night as well? Never. I didn't sneak out. I'll tell you what. I'll even bet you $1. $1. Wow, that is confidence. What's with that drenched in the rain puppy look on your face? Do you have evidence that I left my position, or are you just pulling my chain, man? The evidence that Larry was not manning his station when the murder happened is... I don't have any. Great. All right, we're out of here. I don't think I have enough evidence yet. I should investigate and gather some more clues before Larry... Before that's not even the sentence. I should investigate and gather some more clues before I try again. All right, man. Larry has the least consistent voice in this whole series. Let's do a little examination. What are these cherries? That's my partner's seat. Your partner? Well, that's what I call her. She's my superior, actually. Kind of a weird old lady. There's tea spilled all over that machine, you know. Oh, don't worry about it. Just the other day, I spilled some chocolate milk on mine. It still works fine, more or less. They really know how to build them, I guess. I wonder... Those screens there show what's going on all over the building, everywhere. And it's my job to keep a steady eye on them. All of them. It wouldn't sound so smug if I were you. Do you watch regular TV on these too? If anyone would sit here and watch TV instead of working, it's Larry. Hey, Maya, I'm a pro, okay? Besides, you can't get regular TV on it. And how do you know that, Larry? Because that was my first bit of investigation. You know what I mean? Oh, I know what you're thinking. That was a professional investigation, all right? Wow, take a look at all these things here. Hey, Larry, what are they? Did you say, Hey, man, it's not like I have to know what they are to do my job. I always thought they were just some kind of decoration or something. Oh, boy. How did this guy ever get a job here anyway? Laryngitis. Hey, Larry, that's your jacket, isn't it? That's right. Did you know you hung it right on top of some kind of lever? Yeah, sure. I was told never ever to touch that lever. She scowled and huffed at me. Something terrible will happen if you do. Got it, greenhorn? So why hang your jacket on such an important lever? Because it got me curious. If the jacket's weight pulls the lever down, that's what they call an accident. Doesn't the suspense just kill you? Don't you want to know what'll happen, huh? It's true. It is killing me too. What about you, Nick? Yeah, but for a different reason. Is that HAL 9000? What the hell is that? Why are there holes in the floor? What the fuck is this office? Something is written on the poster in fine print. A guard's 5 commandments. Wow, this sounds serious. Let's see what it says. Number 1, obey thy superior. Number 2, respect thy superior. Number 3, smile at thy superior. Number 4, salute thy superior. Number 5, buy donuts for thy superior upon command. It's signed, Wendy Old Bag Head Supervisor. She's one tough old bird, let me tell ya. Cross her, and you come face to face with her real, genuine ray gun. Yeah. Sounds scary, all right? Well, fortunately, she's on vacation. That's why I'm so relaxed right now. All right, bro. Wait, I wonder if the lever shuts the alarms off. Larry, please tell me you didn't trip on the lever on your way out the night of the murder. Honestly. I swear to God, you're probably right. Lilith, welcome. Spy check, welcome. Okay. I want chocolate milk. I wanted to go out and get groceries today, but I forgot. I'm on a mission. Do you know what I'm doing tomorrow night, Misfits? Tomorrow day? I've been watching all of these streams. Have you seen the YouTube shorts or the TikToks of that old gentleman that makes handmade milkshakes using a mason jar? I went down a spiral last night of these videos where he just uses like a few scoops of ice cream and like half a cup of milk and like whatever flavoring he wants, and he hand shakes it up in a closed mason jar and makes like a custom milkshake without a blender or anything. And I'm obsessed. I am obsessed, and tomorrow I am going on a mission. There is a grocery store, there's a cooking supply store. I'm going wherever I need to go. I'm buying a mason jar, 16 ounces. I'm buying ice cream. I'm buying milk. I am making a goddamn milkshake. I will tell you how it comes out. That is my mission tomorrow. I would if my kitchen wasn't a tiny travesty. Someday, if I have a better apartment, I would love to do hand cam streams where I cook things. I could see myself doing hand cams one of these days if I get a little less self-conscious, but kitchen streams are gonna require a better apartment. All right, let's take a look around. Where haven't we been? Well, it's better to go before the 4th of July than on the 4th of July, Goliarb. I have awesome hands. I don't know about that. I've got weird... I don't know. I'll take your word for it. I will take your word for it. Let's go check out the exhibition hall. October 13th, Lordly Taylor, Main Exhibition Hall. The Treasures of Karain exhibit is all ruined now. Maya. I'm sorry, it's just so sad. This was our big chance for everyone to learn about spirit channeling. Maybe I can cheer her up somehow. Well, now that we've got the sacred urn back, maybe they can reopen it. Really? Sure. Maybe we can label it the Urn of Mask to Mask's Desires. That would probably attract a lot of attention. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa! That's brilliant, Nick! We could clean it up. And we could clean up and be filthy rich! Woohoo! Wow, that was surprisingly easy. All right, nothing here. Let's go downstairs. Now we're scamming people. October 13th, Lordly Taylor Basement Warehouse. Oh, it's you, Mr. Wright. Oh no, Adrian's a fucking train wreck again, isn't she? You beautiful train wreck of a lesbian. Are you doing okay? Do you need a hug? Oh no, baby. Oh, it's you, Mr. Wright. Ms. Andrews? What is she still hanging around down here for? So, how's it going? What about the sacred urn? The urn? Oh, that. It's been taken care of already. What do you mean, oh, that? Taken care of? What do you mean, it's been found? Yeah, it was brought in during the trial today. Oh, wow. Really? You really are the greatest, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright had nothing to do with it. It was Mask to Mask's wife that found it. Well, anyway, I am so relieved. Aw, she's smiling again. That makes me happy. I just heard all about it on the news. So that detective actually... Let me try that sentence a third time. So that detective was actually a thief all along. It looks that way right now. It's my fault. I'm the one who ended up hiring Damask to guard the treasures. Don't blame yourself, you were just doing your job. Hey, Nick, if she wants to apologize, you should let her. So, when was it that you hired Detective Atme again? About 20 days ago? And when was it that Mask to Mask's calling card arrived? That was about 10 days ago. So he sent a calling card to the very place he was hired to guard. Sorry, that's Phoenix. So he sent a calling card to the very place he was hired to guard. I guess that's it then. Detective Atme must have really wanted the sacred urn after all. I guess so. The night of the crime. What? What? So Mask to Mask murdered somebody as well? Well, that's how things look right now. Well, yeah, but I thought he was here stealing the urn at that time. Well, we're talking about a criminal mastermind, so anything is possible. Nick, let's get down to business already. On the night of the theft, did you notice anything suspicious about... On the night of the theft, did you notice anything suspicious? Hello, English! On the night of the theft, did you notice anything suspicious about Detective Atme? No, I couldn't have. After all, he was hidden the entire time. I never even caught a glimpse of him. He claims that's the way he operates. He claims that's the way he always operates. That's just what he says so he can have an alibi while he commits the thefts himself. Yeah, he was caught in the crime scene photo dressed up as Mask to Mask pretty well. I'm so glad you got the sacred urn back. Yeah, but there's still something that bothers me about it. Oh, well, what is it? I'm not exactly sure, but somehow, the urn that came back seems different. Really? You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, Miss Andrews? No. Why would I know anything? I don't know anything. Why would I? Okay. Adrian. Cyclops? What do you think this means, Nick? It means the person that holds the secret to the mystery of the sacred urn is our very own Ms. Andrews.
Take that!
Catastrophic lesbian Adrian Andrews. The sacred urn. Hey, objection. Ms. Andrews, do you know anything about the sacred urn?
Do I know anything? I'm in charge of the entire treasure exhibit. The urn that was submitted before the court today. It's obviously not the same urn as before. That urn, it's true. Maybe it isn't the same. Well, it could be a fake. A fake. Well, you're the one who said it wasn't the same, so that's the most obvious explanation. Do you have any evidence that the urn was... Do you have any evidence that the urn that was submitted at the trial was genuine? No, I don't. I don't. Because I gave it to Pearl. Great. I don't think I have enough evidence yet. I should investigate and gather some more clues before I try again. Adrian, what are you hiding? It's also covered in pink paint, do you remember? It's covered in pink paint.
A whole year and some change.
And there's pink paint all over the floor. Hey, hardcover, thank you so much for the 12 months, a whole year, thank you. I am so happy you've been here for the whole year, and I really, really, really appreciate your support. And all the times that you Kraber me. All right, Andrews, we'll talk later. I always feel like, and I know we've been playing this for 3 titles now, I always feel like, and maybe it's me, maybe it's my shortcoming as an actor, I always feel like the investigations feel more bland. Do you feel that? I don't know. It's like, it's not a big deal, but it's like, I guess there's just so much more like, it's so much more wordy and there's so much more data that it kind of feels like it's a bit more of a slog to get through. I feel like whenever we get to the trial, suddenly I feel like I'm watching an anime. Like suddenly all the lines are great, the writing is stellar, the story like shines through and is really awesome. The investigations are always a little tedious by comparison. I don't know, I feel like on every stream I'm always like, from a voice acting standpoint, I'm like doing my best to make all this data sound interesting, and then we get to the trial day and it's like the show starts. Where are we gonna go from here? Let's go back to the detention center. Maybe it's time to, maybe Ron is out of questioning. If I can get there. What? All right, there's nothing new anywhere. Let's present people and things, I guess. Let's try some stuff. Really thought something was gonna change. She's not gonna know anything about this. Does she know anything about the people involved? Does she know Kane Bullard? Oh, I know him. This is Ronnie's boss, the CEO guy. Well, now he's an ex-boss. Someone killed him last night. Naturally, I know that. He was a pretty sly man, let me tell you. Oh, really? You bet he was. He made Ronnie chief of one of the security teams. But that was just so he could work him like a slave. Did Mr. Delight ever have a problem with Mr. Bullard himself? Even if he did, you'd think she'd ever tell you about it. Well, Ronnie isn't the type to complain about that kind of thing. I tried to get him to talk to me about work, but he never would. What do you think about Gatto? Ugh, I don't like this man one bit. He's had it in for my Ronnie from the very beginning. It's his fault that Ronnie is under suspicion of committing murder. Plus, he lobbed a coffee grenade at me. You looked pretty silly wearing that mug on your head like a birthday hat. Oh, I know. We can get him back tomorrow by returning fire with a milk grenade. Yeah, no. All right, that wasn't super helpful. How about... lady, Adrian, do you have an opinion about any of the people involved? Or things? What about things? I'm sorry I can't help more, but I'm so busy taking care of everything in front of me. I still haven't given up on the Treasures of Coraine exhibit. Oh, Ms. Andrews, I'm so happy to hear you say that. Looks like the treasure exhibit is the only thing she has on her mind. Probably means we can't ask her about anything else. What about profiles, though? Not really. Misfits! I'm worried. Adrian, I feel like Adrian and Desiree sound so similar. I don't really have a good way to differentiate them. Desiree's got a little bit more sultry to her, but like not a whole lot. Because she's been so serious and scared, I haven't been able to give her a little bit more of a slinkiness because she's just really worried about her husband. All right, well, that didn't work. Let's go to... Who says two women can't sound the same? You know what? Damn right. Damn right. Let's present with him. We didn't try people. Let's try Kane Bullard. Detective Gumshoe, tell us more about Mr. Shane Bluebard. That's Kane Bullard, not Shane Bluebard, pal. Oh yeah. The victim in this case doesn't make much of an impression on me. Well, you were the victim up until Mr. Bullard was found dead. Yeah, and his body wasn't discovered until this morning. Anyway, we don't have enough information yet. Can you help us out? Sorry. I'm actually a little confused myself. For some reason, I'm just blabbing like an idiot right now. Okay, Nick, now's our chance to get more information about the victim, so hurry up and ask. Can you tell us some more about Mr. Bullard? He was the CEO of KB Security, right? What kind of company is it anyway? Well, the company basically sends security teams out to buildings to guard them. Mr. Bullard must have had a chance to learn... Let me try that again. Mr. Bullard must have had the chance to learn a lot of secrets doing this kind of work. Oh, and? And I don't know how to put this, but the guy was kind of a money grubber. Really? Me too. I just love money. I can't get enough. Hang on a second. Did I do something to my... Every time I tab out, the game disappears. I think I changed something in the settings that I need to unchange. Oh, thank you. I will do that right now. Really? Me too. I just love money. I can't ever get enough. Please stop leaning in towards me like that. You aren't getting to my wallet. Anyway, it looks like he did some pretty shifty stuff to earn his millions. Oh. So that's my problem. I need to be shiftier. Let me go already. Apparently he was involved in selling trade secrets between rival companies. That's pretty dirty and underhanded. Yeah. Oh, KB Security used to head security operations against Mask to Mask. Really? Yeah, and after screwing up so many times, the company's reputation really took a nosedive. So it really was Bullard who sent Ron the blackmail letter, huh? Yes. I think that should fix me. Every time I've tabbed out, it's like the game has vanished, so I think this should probably fix me. Yay, it fixed me. Nice. Did we learn anything from that? I don't know that we did. All right, so the victim was involved initially in trying to safeguard stuff from mask to mask. They failed every time, so their reputation's in the shitter. The CEO, who's of course the victim, is also like a multimillionaire and apparently made his millions being shady as fuck and selling information between rival companies. So dude obviously has like a number of targets on the back of his head. I don't know that we learned that much. Like, we didn't get an evidence update, though. So maybe we go downstairs and ask Larry about people? Hey, Larry, there's something I want you to look at. Hey, Nick, I told you. That's not his voice. Why do I keep losing Larry's voice? Hey, Nick, I told you. I'm a pro. You don't interrupt a pro when he's working. I don't have time to sit and chat with you, all right? Oh, is that right? Oh, oh, naturally, I've got time for you, though, Maya. We're gonna have to squeeze this guy if we want to get more information out of him, huh? All right. Shit. All right. Well, fucking, what do we do now? Did something else change somewhere? Can we go to the detention center now? No. I don't know why I can't lock down Larry. Real. What was Adrian's first thing? Maybe we can actually finish one of these. Adrian's first thing was, do you have evidence that the urn isn't fake? I mean, possibly this, but we don't know. Because she wasn't asking us if it was fake all the time. She was asking us if the one that was returned was fake. We could try the before picture, but she's asking, do you have evidence that it's fake though, or that it's not fake though? That evidence could be Pearl as well. Like, it could be a person, right? And Larry wanted to know if we had evidence that he wasn't at his post. Which could be the wallet. Possibly the wallet. Although if that places Larry in the victim's office, that kind of makes him seem more diligent, not less diligent. And we're trying to prove that he was slacking off, right?
hear her out one more time.
Take that!
Ms. Andrews, do you know anything about the sacred urn?
Do I know anything?
I'm in charge of the entire treasure exhibit. The urn that was submitted before the court today. It's obviously not the same urn as before. Well, that's true. Maybe it isn't the same. It could be. It could be a fake. A fake? You're the one who said it wasn't the same, so that's the most obvious explanation. Do you have any evidence the urn that was submitted at the trial was genuine? Actually, you know what? I bet the letter. Because it says, I will be coming to purloin the most priceless work of art on display in your Treasures of Crane exhibit. Take good care of the speckled urn, won't you? Let's try the letter.
Take that!
It was not the letter. Well, Ms. Andrews. See? Look, it was a fake after all. Huh? I mean, your evidence is fake too, as I expected. Oh, I guess this isn't gonna help me much. So have I convinced you, or do you have any evidence that the urn that was submitted at the trial was genuine? Let's try the poster?
Take that!
No. All right, so the two things I thought are not it. Great. Let's try Larry's.
Take that!
The night of the crime. On the night of the crime, you were working hard like you were supposed to? What? Huh? Oh, of course I was. Why wouldn't I have been? But didn't you sneak out of work just yesterday to go see Ms. Delight? Well, but that was that, and this is this. Is there any chance that you snuck out of work last night too? Never! I didn't sneak out. I'll tell you what, I'll even bet you $1. $1. Wow, that's confidence. What's with the drenched in rain puppy look on your face? Do you have evidence that I left my position, or are you just pulling my chain? Evidence that Larry was not manning his station when the murder happened is... All right. It could be the wallet found in the KV security building at around 1 a.m. the night of the crime.
Take that!
Nice! This wallet. You know about this, right? I've never seen it before. Liar! You hand-delivered this wallet to Ms. Delight just yesterday. Oh, give me a break. You can't expect me to remember every little thing that happens. Well, I do expect you to remember something that happened just yesterday. What time was it when you found this wallet? I guess it was around 1 o'clock in the morning on the first floor of the company building. 1 o'clock. Oh, that's him. 1 o'clock in the morning. That's right. In other words, Larry, at the time of the murder, you were away from the security guard office. Ah!
Yeah, but there's something you didn't think about. What's that? My shift that day didn't start until 10 p.m. The murderer might have snuck in before then. What do you mean by that? If the murderer had snuck in before 10 o'clock, then it wasn't my fault. It was the fault of the guy whose shift was before mine. Why do I have the feeling that he still doesn't get the seriousness of this? Listen up, Larry. We know beyond the shadow of a doubt that the killer snuck into the CEO's office after 10 p.m. during your shift. Because it's on the key card, motherfucker. Take that! Larry, when you use this key card, does it leave a record? Yeah, it does. But I can't show the record to just anyone, you know. That key card data was already made public in the trial today. What? Well, I didn't know that. Any kind of request for info like that is supposed to go through me. Boy, does that sound a bit arrogant coming from a part-time guard. Anyway, according to the data, the door to the CEO's office was opened with this card. Furthermore, it was most definitely used at 1 a.m., the time of the murder. No way. Yeah, someone used this to get into the CEO's office. That happened at 1 a.m. on the night of the crime, right in the middle of your shift. Oh. Larry, you can't duck your responsibility this time. Oh, no! Zoink Scoob! All right, we're getting somewhere, baby. But Misfits, I gotta take a break real quick because we have an ad coming up and I cannot skip it. So before we hear about the night of the crime, let me do a 3-minute break. I'm gonna hit the restroom. I'm gonna splash some water in my face and I'll be right back with you. So, great time to stretch your legs, refill your own water, do some pull-ups, and I'll see you in a few. All right, BRB.
welcome back. I cut myself up an apple. So I have a little bit of a snack. I hope that's okay and not illegal. What if the CEO bangs his head on the inside of the safe and got locked in the safe, succumbing to injury, and there was actually no murder? You know what I do think about hands, though? I think about the way some streamers will do hand cams, and they'll style their hands like their model. So it looks like an extension of their VTuber. I do think that's kind of cool. All right. The night of the crime. By the way, green apples. Great when you have mouth noise in the recording booth. My VTuber's not a slutty witch, real. Cute, though. Ooh, I knew it! It's all my fault, man! It's my fault the boss was killed. It's my fault! Larry. There was nothing I could do! I have important issues to deal with too, man! What happened that night anyway? Oh, my Donna happened. Huh? You're Donna? I got a bad feeling about this. Yeah, my Donna called and said I have to talk to you right away. So I went to see her, and he was standing right there next to her. Who was? Her new boyfriend! It was like some horrible joke. Before I knew what was going on, the guy socked me right in the kisser. Normally, I'm the one that does the punching. Isn't that right, Maya? Yeah. So, is that why you left the security guard office? Oh, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. How can I ever make it up for it? How can I ever make up for it, Nick? What can I do? What? He's curled up on the floor, crying like a baby. Oh boy. Nick! Is there anything I can do? Anything, just name it. I'll do whatever I have to do to make up for it. I swear I will. Larry? Hey, Nick, as long as he's offering, why don't you show him the evidence we've got? She's right. Maybe we'll get at least one bit of useful information from him. Oh, I'm sorry, we can go cuter than that. How? Nick! All right. Trying to make the best of this. Tell us about this. I think you know how much I want to help you guys, but, I really don't know what to say about that. What is it, Nick? It's just that he seems so, I don't know, pleasant. The buzzer in the CEO's office is directly connected to this room, right? That's right. Just like my heart is connected to yours, Maya. Huh? Go ahead, Maya. Press the buzzer in your heart. I promise I'll come running to your rescue, like the professional guard I am. Wow, that was pretty good. Thanks. I try. Do you think you could tell us about the buzzer now? Yes, please. Please tell us. Okay, I guess so. Prepare to be wowed. Is it just that piece? Is that it? Is that the only piece? Sure. I accidentally pressed the buzzer earlier. Yeah, I heard it. So that was you, huh? You're a security guard, aren't you? Why didn't you come to the CEO's office? Well, this is the 3rd floor, the basement. The CEO's office is on the 1st floor. I thought it would be a good idea to, adopt a wait and see approach. Plus, there's a police detective here, right? I just didn't think it was necessary. It's as if he's trying to win an award for the laziest person on the planet. Let's get back to talking about the night of the murder, okay? Is it true that the buzzer didn't go off that night? There must be a record, right? You must have had to look at it, right? Of course I did. And I couldn't possibly have made a mistake either. Do you think you could take just one more look for me, pretty please? Oh, okay. I just can't say no to you, Maya. What do you think, Nick? He's probably right. I don't even think Larry could make a mistake like that. Whoa! Ooh. What is it? What's wrong? I made a mistake! Huh? But how? It can't be. It's impossible. Okay, enough already. What about the records? That night, it went off just once, in the morning at around 1 a.m. 1 a.m.? That's when the murder happened. Really? Are you serious? Zoinks! It can't be! The buzzer went off once at 1:02 a.m. on October 12th in the CEO's office. God damn it! Larry! All right, now what? Can I present that for more information? You guys have really made me reflect on the way I've been living. But the only problem is, with all this reflecting, where's the time for love? Frankly, I think reflecting is a bit overrated, you know? What are you going on about, Larry? Plus, do you honestly have any new info on the buzzer record? Well, the record? No, nothing at all. This guy reflects about as much as a piece of black carpeting. All right. Well, we can show this to, Gumshoe. Detective Gumshoe. What about this right here? Okay, fuck. God damn it. We haven't gotten anything to help with that yet. Maybe Ron is out of questioning, finally. Oh, thank God. October 13th, Detention Center, Visitors Room. Oh, Mr. Wright! Mr. Delight, did they finish their investigation? Did they finish their interrogation? Yes, but please don't leave me alone anymore! Mr. Delight, you lied to us before, didn't you? Well,
You see, on the same night the sacred urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor department store, a blackmail letter you got summoned you to KB Security to hand over some money. And then that's where the CEO, Kane Bullard, was murdered. But there's only one Ron Delight, am I right? So the only question is, were you there that night? This time I want to hear the whole truth. Your life depends on it. Okay. Mr. Delight, do you still insist that you're masked a mask? Isn't that what I've been saying since yesterday? That was a quick response. Tell me about it. To be honest, it's starting to get irritating. But listen, Mr. Delight. At the trial today, we learned the true identity of the thief, didn't we? Oh, God. Take a good look, everyone! Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one myself! Here I am, the tragic clown! I guess it's true. I wasn't the one who stole that urn. Of course not. After all, you were at KB Security the entire time. So then the person dressed up as Masked to Mask in this photo? It's gotta be Detective Atme. So that night, you didn't go to Lordly Taylor? You went to KB Security, right? Yes. I went to KB Security at the time the blackmail note said I should. All right, what happened next? Well, I used to work there, so I knew where the CEO's office was. I knocked, but there was no answer. So then I used the key card to unlock the door. It's probably when he dropped his wallet. When I went into the CEO's office, someone was in there. Someone. Then suddenly they bashed me over the head. Bam! Was it Kane Bullard that hit you? I don't know. The person ran away while I was still stunned. When I came to my senses, the sight I saw left me speechless. The dead body of the CEO was right there in front of me. I thought I'd die myself. Anyway, I thought I should do something with the body. So that's why you put it in the safe? Yes, that's right. I used to be chief of one of the security teams, so I knew how to open it. Okay, and why did you do... Okay, and what did you do after that? Well, I got out of there for starters. I was the one who set up the new security cameras in that building. So I knew how to avoid being spotted by them. Nick. All of a sudden, Mr. Delight kind of sounds like the murderer to me. Please don't say that. Great. Great. Why were you fired? Damn it, Ron, you do realize you just committed obstruction and tampering of evidence in Joy 10 to 15. Yeah, we're fucked. We are fucked in this case. Mr. Delight, is it true that 1 year ago, you were forced to quit KB Security? Well, how did you? I'm begging you, please don't tell Desi! Please!
don't worry, we haven't told anyone yet. Whew, thank goodness. No, but I suppose I'll have to tell her sometime. She'll find out eventually. I mean, it's not like I get any checks mailed to my house. And after all, eventually I'm sure somebody will come knocking.
Why have you been hiding it from her anyway?
Jessie would despise me if she ever found out I was living a life of crime. A criminal, a thief. She'd never forgive me. My marriage would be over.
Knowing that, why did you become a thief in the first place? Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes! We're about to learn. All right. We already know he started thieving because of her shopping. I swear to God, he's gonna tell us that he kept going for more expensive items because her shopping got worse. I guarantee it. Knowing that, why did you become a thief in the first place?
Because Desi spends money like it's water. There's no job in the world that could bring in enough money. Except being a thief. At least that's what I thought anyway.
So he became mask to mask for Desiree, huh? Hey, Amelia. And hey, Crimson Scythe. All right, first things first. Let's present this. This list. We found it in the office of the CEO, Mr. Bullard.
Hey! This is a list of all the things Mask to Mask stole.
And that's the value of each item listed next to them. $100,000. $150,000? Are you sure that's the value of the stolen items?
The numbers seem a little low to me.
Even on the black market, the prices should be at least 3 times higher than that. I guess he knows about that stuff because he used to be a security guard? Interesting. I was wrong. He's surprised by it too. Oh, what is going on here? Is this some insurance shit? What do we think's happening here? The item is stolen and sold. And is something happening where Kane Bullard is getting a kickback somehow? And so he's marking them down as worth less so he can pocket more? I wonder. All right, what else we got? The article.
Hey! This is an article about my Hey, this is an article about my debut heist. Boy, that was a tough one. Before I knew it, they were hot on my trail.
But mask to mask, he must have gotten away, right? It says in the article that he disappeared.
That's right. I got a sudden burst of inspiration. I hid my mask to mask costume in a nearby plastic bucket. Then I quickly changed into my security guard uniform. Pretty clever, huh?
Wow, awesome.
Hey, hold the phone! The guard in this photo, is that you, Mr. Delight? That's right. Nice trick if I do say so myself.
Nice and easy to figure out. Even pearls could see through that in a heartbeat. About first heist, guard in photo is Ron Delight. Okay.
But as you might expect, Detective Atme found the disguise. He truly deserves the title of Ace Detective.
Detective Atme found the mask-to-mask disguise? Huh. That's interesting. Yes, and I heard that he brought it home with him. So that's it. That's when Atme got his hands on this. Thanks to that, I got a chance to remake my costume. That must have been really time-consuming, huh? Yes, it took quite a while to complete. Anyway, a few days after that, I received the first of the blackmail letters. Wait, immediately? Immediately? Wait a minute. Does that mean Kane Bullard knew that it was him from the start? A few days after that, I received the first of the blackmail letters. The blackmail letters? You got them starting when? Tell me more, now! Hey, calm down. Don't get so worked up. New music? New music. I think. This blackmail letter. Is this the first one you got? No, of course not. But this is the first one that ever called me out to a specific location. So did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident? Yes, just a few days after the Tear of Emanon heist. That first letter, it said, "I know you did it." So someone found out about your true identity just like that? It's not that easy being a master thief, you know. I've got proof that it was you, so give up, it went on to say. So in the end, I had to give up the treasure I went through all that trouble to steal. Is that right? Hey, hang on a second. What do you mean you had to give it up? Oh, don't worry. After I put the jewel in the safe deposit box the letter specified, someone sent me $10,000. You didn't said anything about me being worried, you know. After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. The plans? Wait! No! Oh, baby, please tell me. Tell me he didn't plan one heist and then he's been getting told how to do it and used as a puppet ever since. He was gonna do a one-and-done heist. After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. Plans? More, please. Hey, Dullahan. What are these plans you're talking about? They were instructions on how to steal a crown or painting or some other rare treasures. They showed security blind spots, escape routes, and even suggested training methods. So you mean that the one who planned the heist wasn't you? No, it wasn't. I only planned the very first one. After that, I received plans from some very kind person. Incredibly detailed plans. It sounds like Mr. Delight is thankful to the person that was blackmailing him. So Ron Delight was masked to mask after all. But someone else is behind the thefts. Someone who planned them all out in detail. All I had to do was deposit the treasures I stole into the safe deposit box. Then I just waited for the cash to come in the mail. Try not to look so gleeful about it. So wait a minute. I mean, we're all thinking the same thing, right? So presumably Kane Bullard caught him on some camera he missed. You know, he thinks he knew how to get out, but that doesn't mean that Bullard didn't set up some of his own secret security that Ron didn't engineer. Kane caught him on camera and started blackmailing him in order to get him to do more.
And then that list of prices is like some either insurance fraud or it's Kane selling the things on the black market. I wonder. Let's keep that all in the back of our mind. Let's keep that all in the back of our mind and see where the story goes. So you went after the sacred urn because of one of those plans too? I bet he's gonna say he didn't get a plan for it. I bet he's gonna say he didn't get a plan for the urn. Well, see, truth is, I've never seen the urn. All I did was follow the instructions and steal what I was told to steal. Mr. Delight, is everything you've just told me the truth? Yes, but please don't tell Desi, okay?
1 year. Sorry to interrupt. Happy you're alive and an artist hug /.
Thanks, cowgirl. And thank you for the sub. That's very kind of you to say. I appreciate it. It's been a tough week, but tonight is my escape, and we're having a good night tonight. I bet he didn't get a plan for the urn. I guarantee it. I guarantee it that the urn is not part of the plan. Thank you so much for the sub, cowgirl. Ron, before we go, there's one more thing I want to ask you. Yes? Oh, but please don't hurt me. Mr. Kane Bullard, do you swear that it wasn't you who killed him? Yes, of course. I could never. I'm not lying. All I did was hide his body in the safe. But then I was afraid they'd discover what I did, so I turned myself in yesterday. Why? Well, if the judge had ruled that I was guilty of robbery, then I'd have an alibi, right? If the judge had ruled that I'd been guilty of the robbery, then I'd have an alibi. So he went to the security firm. He found the dead body. He heard about the heist. So he didn't do the heist. That heist was not part of his plan. And it was already being broadcast as a mask-to-mask heist that he was not involved with. And he thought to himself, if I turn myself in for the heist, that's a lesser sentence than the murder. So it'll give me an alibi from the murder. And to be fair, he never asked us to try and protect him from the heist. He wanted to be convicted. We were the one that tied him to the CEO's office in the security firm. Well, if the judge had ruled that I was guilty of robbery, then I'd have an alibi, right? I guess so. You're really clever, Mr. Delight. I guess I have no choice but to take Mr. Delight as his word. Mystic Maya! Hey, Pearly! I'm back! Hey, Pearls. So what have you been up to this whole time? The sacred urn, Mr. Nick. I took it back to Korean Village to have it examined. And what did you find out? Well, there's no need to worry. They said it's the real urn. Hey, that's the evidence we need for Adrian Andrews. Phew, that's a relief. I was really worried. But there's one small problem. Problem? These cute little pink splotches. They said that it's paint. And they were put on the urn recently. Why are we talking about the pink splotches again? What's the big deal? What's the big deal? We've got to find out why they got there, how they got there. That's the big deal. Yes, Mr. Nick, we have to find out how they got there.
Okay, we'll find out how they got there. Please don't forget about me. Alright. Can I just say, I adore Rondelate. Rondelate would be like the main character whisked away in like an El Hazard anime where like he's mysteriously a perfect match for like the missing princess and they end up putting him in a dress and they make him be the princess for like 8 years. I don't know, I keep thinking about it. He's so pretty. I can't get over how pretty Rondelite is. They let a child go alone back and forth between villages unsupervised and walk into an interrogation room. Yeah, basically. I think that's his little chin. He's such a cutie. Note to self, keep pretty boys away from Mel. She'll dress them up. J'accuse. All right. I think we're set for Adrian Andrews. Those fucking earrings. Have a good night, Reel. October 13th, Lordly Taylor, Basement Warehouse. Oh, Pearl. How nice to see you. Hello there. I haven't seen you around lately. What have you been up to? Well, actually, I was having this urn examined. Oh, I see. Maybe if we take another good look at this urn, we can figure out the mystery of what actually happened here. She does look like Hawkeye, doesn't she? Especially with the black tank top on. Hey, Faye. Hey, Phoenix. She really does. Nick, let's look around one more time. I don't think we need to look around, Maya. I do think we need to present stuff to her. Take that! The sacred urn. Ms. Andrews, do you know anything about the sacred urn? Do I know anything? I'm in charge of the entire exhibit. The urn that was submitted before the court today. It's obviously not the same urn as before. Well, that's, true. Maybe it isn't the same. It could be a fake. A fake? You're the one who said it wasn't the same. So that's the most obvious explanation. You're the one who said it wasn't the same, so that's the most obvious explanation. Do you have any evidence that the urn that was submitted at the trial was genuine? We sure fucking do. Take that! Get genuine, baby! I'm sorry to break it to you, but the urn is the genuine article. Pearls went back to Corain Village and had it examined. Is that right? That's nice, but I don't see how. What she discovered was that the urn had been broken. Again. Did you say again? Yep, it was broken once a year ago. And now it looks like the same thing has happened again. And quite recently, too. Recently? Are you saying that this was, that the urn was broken recently? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Why do you think it was broken recently? How do you know? Because of this, honey. Take that! This poster. It was made recently, right? Poster? Oh, the poster for the exhibit.
At the time when this photo was taken, the urn said, "I am" on it. But now, for some reason, it says Ami. When the urn was fixed, the letters were transposed. I am. What does that even mean? I don't know anything about that. I wasn't even there when the photo for this poster was taken. That was a mistake. Now tell the truth. Wait. 4? Even if the urn was broken, I had nothing to do with it. Huh? Yes, that's it. I must have been one of those people at the photo shoot. They probably dropped it. I'm sure that's what happened. Looks like she's not gonna give up the last cyclock so easily. Do you have any proof that the urn was broken at Lordly Taylor? I'm pretty sure it's the paint. Take that! Okay, it's not. I mean, it's covered in paint. We don't have another example. Hey, Scrapper. Well, Ms. Andrews? I knew I was right about you, Mr. Wright. Excuse me? You're a softy at heart, aren't you? I knew you'd never hurt me on purpose. What a relief. I guess that wasn't the right piece of evidence. Okay, I'm getting my ass kicked here. I think you're mixing up the me of a year ago with the me of today, Ms. Andrews. Well then, prove me wrong by coming up with the right answer. Was there a piece of evidence in the room we didn't examine? No, there wasn't, although there might be now. I swear to God, if we have to re-examine the paint to get the paint as evidence, that's gonna irritate me. I swear to God. This box, there's something about it that's bothering me. That's the box that the sacred urn was in. It looks like there's some pink paint on it too. It's definitely the same color as the stuff on the urn. I think I know how the paint got on it now. All right, let's investigate again, Nick. Son of a bitch! We literally found that box. We examined that box. We had to examine it again to get new evidence. Dumb! All right, let's do this one more time. Oh, I'm sorry, you examined it too early. Take that! Ace UTBT. No, I mean, I guess I understand it, that like, the idea that now we examine it. Originally they were like, oh, it's a box. I wonder what that's for. It's covered in paint. I wonder why. But now, because we have the context, we can say it's because the urn. It's gotta be the urn. But like, that should be something we don't need to re-examine the box on the floor for, you know? Like, I feel like we should have gotten the box as evidence from the start. And then once we put the pieces together, that piece of evidence should update. I don't like when they make me re-examine pieces I've already looked at. Anyway. One more time. Ms. Andrews, do you know anything about the sacred urn? Do I know anything? I'm in charge of an entire exhibit. The urn that was submitted before the court today? It's obviously not the same urn as before. Well, that's true. Maybe it wasn't the same. It could be a fake. A fake. You're the one who said it wasn't the same, so that's the most obvious explanation. Do you have any evidence that the urn was submitted with? Do you have any evidence the urn that was submitted at the trial was genuine? Sorry to break it to you, but the urn is the genuine article. Pearls went back to Crane Village and had it examined. Is that right? That's nice, but I don't see how. What she discovered was that the urn had been broken. Again. Did you say again? Yes. It was broken once again. Oh man. Yes, it was broken once a year ago. I hate that phrasing. Oh, I would beg to change that in the booth. Yes, it was broken once a year ago. And now it looks like the same thing has happened. And quite recently, too. Recently? Are you saying that this urn was broken recently? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Why do you think it was broken recently? How do you know? Take that! This poster. It was made recently, right? Poster? The poster for the exhibit. At the time when this photo was taken, the urn said I am on it. But now, for some mysterious reason, it says Ami. When the urn was fixed, the letters were transposed. Ah! I am? What does that even mean? I don't know anything about that. I wasn't even there when the photo of this poster was taken. Fuck. I wasn't even there when the photo for this poster was taken. That was a mistake. Now tell the truth. Wait. 4? Even if the urn was broken, I had nothing to do with it. Yeah, that's it. It must have been one of the people at the photo shoot. They probably dropped it. I'm sure that's what happened. Looks like she's not gonna give up the last psych lock so easily. Do you have any proof that the urn was broken here at Lordly Taylor? Take that! Well, Ms. Andrews? What is this supposed to mean? This urn has these pretty little pink paint This game, I'm gonna go beat up. I'm gonna go beat someone up with this game. Let me try this one more time. This urn has these pretty little pink paint splotches on it. And there's some on the box that the urn was stored in, too. No matter how you look at it, the paint seems to be exactly the same, wouldn't you say? So, what does that prove? That the urn was dropped along with the box. That's when they both got paint on them. Peter Piper packed a pipe? What? Picked a peck of pickled peppers. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Peter Piper didn't pack a pipe of pickled peppers. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Then Peter Piper packed a pipe of pickled peppers. Of peppered pickles. That urn was dropped along with the box. That's when they both got paint on them. Are you with me so far? Yes. The rest of the story is obvious. This box was dropped right here in Lordly Taylor basement warehouse. If I can prove that, it means that the urn was broken here too. So can you prove that? Can you prove that box was dropped here in the basement warehouse? Now it's the photo. It's gotta be the photo now. It's gotta be. Take that! It has to be! No! Fuck you! Fuck you! Look at this photograph! Look at this photograph! You can see the paint. You can see the box outline where the fucking box was. Huh? How? I'm gonna lose. I am gonna lose the game doing this.
Actually, I think I should be the one asking the questions. Huh? Are you feeling ill, Mr. Wright? Have you been getting enough sleep? Are you sure you haven't been working yourself too hard? Oh, she's turning this thing around on me. You really should take some time off and try to relax. Oh, come on! I swear to God, if I have to go look at that fucking splotch on the floor. It looks to me like it's been dry for several days. There's something suspicious about this paint mark. The bottom left part of it is shaped oddly and it's shockingly pink. Mr. Nick! Could this be the could it be that this odd shape is? Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is it. That's the box the sacred urn was in. If you look here, there's a little bit of paint on the box as well. Wow, you're right. Look, it matches. Huh. What is it, Mr. Nick? This is all turning out exactly as I thought it would. Oh, fuck you! I'm dead. I'm deceased. Are you serious? I needed the paint marks. I needed the paint marks as evidence. Not the picture where you can see the paint marks. Dry, the box of the sacred urn fits in the gap perfectly. I think it's all starting to become clear. We're that much closer to solving the mystery of what happened to the urn. You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, Maya literally said, "Let's get to investigating." So that was the game telling me keep looking around. But I'm sitting here like I have more than enough evidence. I should have trusted her when she's like, "Let's investigate." Was the game being like, "You should keep looking, you're not done yet." But I was like, I have the urn with the paint splotches. I have the box with the paint splotches. I have the picture with the cutout for the box with the paint splotches. You can see the paint on the floor. Maybe it's not pink because it's a night vision camera, but come on. Come on. Skill issue with designing the game, more like. Is Danganronpa a good adaptation? I'm curious. Because I've seen clips from I want to say it was a Girl DM stream where it was a little silly. It was a little silly. Skill issue designing the game, Dio. I know a lot of people love Danganronpa though. All right, bitch. I'm not doing that acting again. We're cutting straight to the end. Yeah, acting. You know, that thing I do here on this channel sometimes. Take that! Danganronpa has some seriously dated, offensive trials, especially in the first game. That's concerning. I wonder. I always wonder when I go through this if I'm gonna run into a caricature that's like a little too far, but so far the games have been great. First game has a triggering moment, transphobic moment with one of its characters. Oh, interesting. There was nothing. There was nothing lit up with the paint can. Something lit up with the sign next to it, but take that! But no, nothing with the paint cans. All right, here we go. The box was dropped right here in Lordly Taylor's basement warehouse. If I can prove that, it means that the urn was broken here too. So you can prove that? Can you prove that box was dropped here in the basement warehouse? Take that! I think you already know where I'm going with this, don't you? Yes, more or less. There's pink paint splattered on the floor and the walls of this basement warehouse. But there's an odd little shape imprinted in part of the paint stain, am I right? Yes. If you put this box in the impression on the paint, you can see it fits perfectly. Which means this box was dropped right over there. And that is when the urn was broken. Your name does you justice, Mr. Wright. Thank God. Oh, thank God. I'm so sorry. I was the one who broke the urn. Why does this make me feel like some sort of evil school teacher? I'm a terrible person. Not only did I break it, but I tried to hide what I did. Well, that's not so hard to understand, is it, Pearlie?
No, not at all. I know just how it feels.
It happened about 2 weeks ago. Just after the poster photo was taken, on the same day the urn arrived here. I thought I'd put it away down here for safekeeping. I was carrying it in the box. Oh no! Look at her! Oh, honey. Holy shit. What did she do? How did it go so wrong? How did both the box and a thing of paint go flying at the same time? Lady, you catastrophic lesbian, you. That's when it all went wrong. When I tripped on a paint can and lost my balance. The box I was carrying crashed to the ground. I heard a terrible noise, and I thought my heart was going to stop. Fearing the worst, I opened the lid of the box, and that's when it happened. Oh no! The broken pieces of the urn fell out of the box and landed right in the paint. Oh, Adrian. I love her so much. Oh, God, I think I might have a crush on Adrian now. She's just enough of a klutz that it's endearing. The broken pieces of the urn fell out of the box and landed right in the paint. I was in shock and let out a huge scream. The spaghetti went everywhere. I can totally see how that could have happened. Yeah, as clumsy as she is, I'm sure Maya understands. Well, I knew it was the most important treasure in all of Kurain Village. So I tried hard as I could to fix it. Unfortunately, the pieces were pretty big. The shards were pretty big. And that's when I Am got changed into a me. I didn't know how it was originally written. But any sane person fixing it would have assumed it said on me.
Any sane person? Really?
Oh no. Inadvertent shots fired. Pearl out here catching strays. Oh, Pearlie. Pearl catching strays in the middle of the confession.
Any sane person? Really?
Oh, Pearls. She said she wasn't very good at spelling. Anyway, I put the urn in the storeroom and no one had seen it since then. Sacred urn updated in the court record. Broken and repaired by Adrian 2 weeks ago, then replaced in its box. Kept out of sight. She got hit with splash damage.
But there's something I don't get. When we first came here, I didn't see any paint stains.
Well, that's because it was so ugly and embarrassing. I used the golden statue to cover it. The Ami Faye statue. Ah. The first time that we came down here, it was on the night that the sacred urn was stolen.
But Mr. Nick, there were no paint marks on the walls or floor of the warehouse when we were here.
Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime around noon, that golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall.
And?
I realized that the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it where you first saw it.
I see. Now it makes perfect sense. But there's still one thing I find strange.
What is it, Pearl?
The day after the urn was stolen, we came here again. At that time, the statue had been moved, and the paint was clearly visible.
She's right about that. Well, Ms. Andrews? What? I don't know anything about that. I placed it there to cover the paint, so why would I move it again?
Well, then who was it? Who would have done it, and why?
The day before the theft, the statue was definitely closer to the door. Then the next day it was moved. But why? Interesting. It looks like there's some connection between the sacred urn and the murder case.
Why? Why do you think so, Nick?
Because that night, the real thief, Ron Delight, was at KB Security. So then why did another mask-to-mask show up here? A lot of different things are pointing to one undeniable fact.
One undeniable fact.
The murder trial is starting tomorrow. Looks like that thief is gonna be making another appearance. I think someone's about to be very happy if they're still in chat. Someone at the start of this day said they missed a certain character, and that someone might be getting that character back for a second part. So let's talk about it. Why? Why would the other thief show up and commit a crime? The only thing I can think of, and then I'm going to take a quick 3-minute break. The only thing I can think of, do you remember when Ron Delight said he tried to take responsibility for the what's the word? Thieving? The stealing? He tried to take responsibility for the theft at the exhibit. Because he thought to himself, I have now robbery. Thank you. He tried to take credit for the robbery because he thought to himself, I've discovered a dead body somewhere I've now been.
So if I take credit for the robbery, that gives me an alibi so that they can't hold me responsible for the murder. Well, we just got Atme found guilty for the robbery at the exhibit, which means that alibi that Ron DeLite was hoping to establish for himself, we just inadvertently established for Atme. So we're going to be going into this second day of trial, and Atme has the alibi that Ron was hoping to give himself. And we now have to figure out how to unprove, potentially, that Atme was the one that was the thief at the exhibit. All right, Misfits. I'm going to take unprove. I'm going to take a 3-minute break. I'm going to hit the restroom. I will see you all in just a few minutes, and we will start our next trial day. This is the moment you've all been waiting for. Shit's about to get real. I'm so excited. I will see you all in just a few. All right. You all ready for the trial? Here we go. Let me close the door. If I'm gonna start screaming. Oh, take a quick sip of water. October 14th, 9:41 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 4. Hey, Nick! What is it this time? You won't believe how many people are here for the trial. Well, it is a murder case. What are you talking about? They're here for the trial next door. Next door? Why don't you know this, Nick? They're having Detective Atney's trial today. Detective Atney? They say they're gonna try him as mask to mask. Already? Oh, that was fast. Boy, I'd love to see Mask to Mask's trial. I know. By the way, where's Pearls? Oh, she went back home. She said she can't neglect her training anymore. I know you don't like me. I know you don't like me. Pearls has really gotten into her training lately, huh? Yeah, ever since that oh, sorry. Wow, Pearls has really gotten into her training that lately, huh? Yeah, ever since that incident last year. Please! Don't ignore me! Oh, Mr. Delight. Good morning. No one likes me. No one would notice me even if I killed someone. Come on, don't be silly. Wait a sec. You don't mean you're the murderer? No, I am just a poor thief. No, wait, that's not right. A thief can't really be poor. I mean, just by the nature of the definition, he is robbing things, preferably of great value. So I guess you have to be a pretty bad thief in order to... Now, let's see. According to Mr. Delight, from his second crime on, he was following a bunch of set plans. Plans that someone had been sending him to help him commit heists. Do you really think there's a connection between the thief and the murderer, Nick? It's possible. But today's trial is a race against the clock. Well, how come? Let's just take our time, like always. I'm afraid that's not an option. Oh, okay, we're just in. I'm afraid that's not an option. And then we're in. October 14th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 6. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Ron Delight. Adjust my microphone just a little bit. The defense is ready, Your Honor. You're ready? Preparation is the last refuge of the weak. Okay, settle down, everyone. Let's begin with your opening statement, Mr. Gatto. I just got to the trial. What do you want from me, unknown? Hit me. What you got? I'm like, skirt! Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, what is this? I'll give you a second character just because I like you. Your Honor, members of the jury, as you know, I am a practitioner. That's not the line. Let me make the text bigger. My old eyes can't read it. Your Honor, members of the jury, as you know, I am Prosecutor Gatto. But we all know I'm the master of a good brew. As such, I would like to make a motion to rename myself as Bean Daddy. Motion denied.
Well, now you haven't thought about that for more than a minute, Judge.
I didn't need to. All right. Thank you, Unknown, for the bits. Hello, Pugs of Wrath.
He's got the judge in the palm of his hand yet again.
Thank you for the 20
Oh yeah,
months,
this is a
Pugs of
big
Wrath.
number.
Ron DeLite is simply too young to be sent to war. That's all.
Ron, I'm sorry, what is your opening statement?
Ron DeLite is simply too young to be sent to war. That's all.
I'm afraid I have no idea what that means, Mr. Gatto.
Ha! Then you need to get out more, Wow, I can't read. Let me try that again.
I'm afraid I have no idea what that means, Mr. Gatto.
Ha! Then you need to get out more, Your Honor. Life is war. But that is exactly why you must be more precise in your wording. That's all my statement means. You understand now, right?
Yes. Well then, let me briefly summarize the details of this case. Wow. The judge is taking charge like he knows what's going on for a change. The victim is Kane Bullard, CEO of KB Security. His body was found in a safe at approximately 9 a.m. on the morning of the 13th. However, the time of death was estimated as 1 a.m. of the previous day.
And that's when our little lost kitten dropped the ball. That little lost kitten, of course, is the defendant.
Very well then, Mr. Gatto. Please call your first... I'm sorry, Daddy Judge has been drinking. Very well, Mr. Gatto. Please call your first witness.
I never drink more than 17 cups of coffee during any given trial.
I'm sorry, what? Excuse me? Holy shit.
I never drink more than 17 cups of coffee during any given trial. But the first one is always the best.
Mr. Gatto, your witness?
Okay then, let's hear what the defendant, Mr. Ron DeLite, has to say for himself.
The defendant? Well, Mr. Wright, does the defense have any objections? It may be a bit of a disadvantage having the defendant testify, but... Remember when Mia was defending me? She allowed me to testify so she could do the cross-examination. She put a lot of trust in me back then. We have no objections, Your Honor. The defense will allow Mr. DeLite to testify.
Ha! You got guts, try it.
All right then, Mr. Ron DeLite, please take the stand.
You did it, didn't you?
Yes. What? Well, no, that is not true. For a moment there, I thought we'd set the record for the shortest trial ever. Well, Mr. DeLite already looks plenty guilty with the face he's making. And once he opens his big mouth, he'll probably put the last nail in his own coffin.
Ha! Very well. Now then, can you tell me something? If you didn't kill Bullard, why did you go to KB Security?
Well, Oh, that's kind of hard to say. Oh boy, I wish I could go home. I don't know why I turned myself in the first place. I mean, all this has gotten me is trouble. I really should have just gotten a regular job like
Now then, let's hear some testimony about what happened.
Oh, Ron.
You did it, didn't you?
Yes! Wait, no! I love that he got trapped by that immediately. My visit to KB Security. That evening, around 1 a.m., I went to see Mr. Bullard in his office at KB Security. The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there. I'd been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was. Wait, is that the whole testimony? Honey!
1 a.m., the exact time the murder took place. The weak get washed away by the tides of fate. The strong drink it up.
Have a good night, Pugzerath. Thank you for the sub. Thanks for stopping by to say hi.
Ha! It's bitter today, too. Just like my destiny.
You'd never know that from the way he's chugging it down.
Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please.
That evening, around 1 a.m., I went to see Mr. Bullard in his office at KB Security. 1 a.m., huh? You're absolutely sure about that? Yes. Well, that's what my watch said when I was entering the CEO's office. Or, no. Actually, I'm not really sure. My watch was slow, and my internal clock was also a bit slow. I have to admit, I was a little frantic by the letter. I'm not sure I should have said that in the first place. Thank you for the bits unknown. What you got? Okay. Sure.
Well, well, well. This case got bitter. As bitter as my specialty dark brew. Gatto's fragrance.
I'm just gonna start it all over.
Well, this case got bitter. As bitter as my specialty dark brew. Gatto's Fragrance of Darkness. Now available at a
Fuck me, English. I'm leaving. Jesus Christ. Can I read the lines on the page? How am I a voice actor? I know. I'm not half the time. I swear to God, this is why I do. This is the real reason I don't book. Cannot read lines on page. What were we doing?
Ready to see who you're fighting again? Ready to see who you're fighting today, Guardian? Gatto on the field. Bring about 17 cups of coffee. Well, this case got bitter. As bitter as my specialty dark brew. Gatto's Fragrance of Darkness. Now available at a supermarket near you.
All right. Thanks for the bit. I believe it. I'm pretty sure I got there at 1 a.m. Well, actually, I'm not really sure. My watch was slow, and my internal clock was also a bit slow. And honestly, I guess there's a key card, but at the same time, it's hard to say. I was really frazzled from that letter I got, honestly. I really shouldn't have gone in the first place. I shouldn't be saying this out loud. 1 a.m. That's the exact time the victim, Mr. Bullard, was murdered, correct? It's too late for coffee dates, that's for sure. It's never too late for a coffee break. You can have coffee anytime you want. The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there. It ordered you there? It wasn't the first time I'd gotten a blackmail letter that ordered me to go somewhere. Does that mean you've gotten other blackmail letters then? Oh, of course. They say things like steal this or take that. Ah, ha, ha! Ah, why don't you save those for later, Mr. Delight? Please don't say any more. Oh, now what should I do? I think we need to press harder. I'm gonna save, but let's press harder. So what did the blackmail letter say? So what did the blackmail letter in question say? It said to bring $50,000. Money, huh? A perfect motive for committing murder. Oh, but wait! Wait! I never intended to pay that money anyway. I never intended to pay that money. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What were you gonna do instead? No, wait! I never intended to pay that money anyway. Oh, is that right? After all, he had nothing to hold over my head. I had nothing to be afraid of. An important point indeed. A witness, let's have that added to your testimony. Yes, sir. Ha! Muddy mud skipper in outer space has a better chance of surviving than I do. The blackmail threat didn't scare me. I wasn't going to cause me any trouble or anything. You sure about that? If you don't want your true identity revealed to the world, come to KB Security at 1 a.m. on October 12th and bring $50,000. If you don't, I'll take the red diamond you received the other day instead. It's kind of weird that a blackmail letter asks for a piece. Why is there a backup plan? Bring this money, or else, give me that thing you stole that one time. But not that. Are you sure? The blackmail threat didn't scare me. I wasn't going to cause me any trouble or anything. I will reveal your identity to the world is not causing you trouble? Okay, fine. Let's press it. Just what were you being blackmailed about anyway? The blackmail letter said if you don't want your identity revealed, correct? I'm sure it was referring to the whole mask-to-mask thing. I wasn't worried. Mr. Bullard didn't have anything on me. He didn't. Anyway, I don't care what anyone says about me. Just as long as Desi believes in me. So that's why Ms. Delight didn't believe he was mask to mask. That's why I knew they were just hollow threats. Wait, why was it? Wait. How did he know they were just hollow threats? Because he assumed? Because he assumed that the guy didn't actually know his identity? That's weird. I'd been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was. You used to be a security chief for KB Security, right? Yes, that's right. Security chief? You? And yet, a year ago you were fired without notice. Revenge for an old grudge. A perfect move for murder, wouldn't you say? This isn't good. Maybe I should change the subject? Life after being fired, why he was fired, don't say anything. I want to know why he was fired. Let's say it first. Mr. Delight, please tell us why you were fired from your job. Well... The world is filled with those who have said... Sorry. The world is filled with those who have said, I wish I'd never asked that. Okay, then I take it back. Defendant, please answer the question. Well... I needed money. You needed money? Well, you see, Desi loves to spend it. It's kind of her hobby. Not exactly the best hobby in the world, huh, Nick? My salary wasn't nearly enough. So I stole data from the company. Oh no! Oh, Ron, you fucking muppet! This case keeps getting worse. This case keeps getting worse. So I stole data from the company. I love that I'm doing like I'm doing like a We Have a Zuku Midoriya at home for this character. So hearing like some approximation of Deku talk about stealing from a security firm and getting framed for murder is hilarious to me. Come again? KB Security has a lot of security info on all sorts of companies. And since I was a security team chief, you stole some data and sold it. Mr. Bullard found out, and I was fired immediately. What? I wish I'd never asked that. I was somehow able to keep it secret and made it seem like I'd quit on my own. What is it, Nick? You don't look too good. Someone who brings harm to their company is fired as punishment. You'd do well to remember that. He sure told you. So you admit that you stole data from your company, is that correct? Yes. I'm sorry. This is a very important fact. Please add it to your testimony. Oh man, this whole thing just took a turn for the worse. Crashed and then blew up. It's gonna take the jaws of life to rip this case from the clutches of disaster. He fired me for selling company secrets. But Desi doesn't know about that. She does now, honey. She does now. Why would you do something like that? Well, for Desi's hobby. What else? Wasting money, huh? It's not a waste! So Ms. Delight doesn't know that her husband was fired, does she? So it would seem. I'm not sure what to think about couples who keep secrets like that from each other. I can't believe it. This case has gotten even Maya to think seriously about couples. Please try to stay focused, Mr. Wright. There wasn't much to his testimony, was there? Sounds like he's avoiding something. At least that's what it sounds like to me. Uh-oh. I've got a bad feeling about this. We'd better be careful. If we don't find a way to make him spill the beans, we'll never get closer to the truth. Yeah. Okay. Can we ask about this again? Can I not ask about something different? I'd been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was. So we can't change the subject anymore. Cool. All right, we live here. Shit. The blackmail threat didn't scare me. It wasn't gonna cause me any trouble or anything. Just what were you being blackmailed about anyway? The blackmail said if you...
Objection!
Wait a minute! Hold on. Shit. It started as the same thing. Fuck. How far back do I have to go? It started as the same thing and then it changed. Hold on. Okay, so we've done this. And then we did this. I should have saved before I did that. Okay, we're back. Let's save. I thought there was a chance that would do something. And it started to be the same thing, and so I just trusted it wasn't. It wasn't. All right. The blackmail threat didn't scare me. It wasn't gonna cause me trouble or anything. Just what were you being blackmailed about anyway? The blackmail letter said, if you don't want your identity revealed, correct? It sure was. I'm sure it was referring to the whole mask-to-mask thing.
Objection!
Tisk, tisk. I'm afraid that reasoning doesn't hold up anymore.
What do you mean?
The victim had no proof the defendant was mask to mask. But you were the one who stole company secrets only 1 year earlier.
But that was all over when I was fired. But it is true that the fact that I stole secrets was kept under wraps. Even so, there was no reason for me to pay up now. A whole year later?
Huh. Is that really true?
What is it, Nick? The fact that Ron was stealing company data. I wonder if he would have had a problem with that ever became public knowledge. I wonder if he would have had a problem if that ever became public knowledge. I mean, yeah, because he needs to get another job. Oh my God, and Desi hates criminals. And Desi hates liars. So he has to keep it from Desi.
Mr. Delight, I believe you would have been in considerable trouble if your identity as a company data thief was made public. Mr. Wright, what are you trying to do by bullying your own client? Ha! Men are like colonies of bacteria. The more heat you apply, the faster they grow. That is exactly right. Well then, feel free to keep up the heat, my little lawyer amigo.
Little lawyer amigo?
Yeah. Now come on. Provide some evidence to back up your assertion. Why would Mr. Delight want to keep his secret stealing from the public? Why would Mr. Delight want to keep his data stealing secret from going public?
I'm assuming it's her. I'm just checking the evidence real quick. I can't save right now. That sucks. I'm assuming it's her. Mr. Delight, what you said just now doesn't match what you told me yesterday. Huh? What doesn't? I think you must have been scared. Very scared. Of having a certain person find out your secret. A certain person? Ms. Desiree Delight, the defendant's wife. Oh, but listen to me! My Desi, she's... Looks like if I just sit back and relax, the fun will end before it truly begins. Otto! Yes, we know. It was all your wife's fault. What do you mean? Mr. Delight stole... one more time. Mr. Delight stole company data to pay for his wife's spending habit, for which he was fired. Unable to face his own wife, someone used his dirty little secret to blackmail him. And that's how the murder came about. Oh. No, everything is falling neatly into place for him. Don't talk about my Desi like that, or you'll be sorry! Well, it seems that we've learned a great deal of things here so far. What do you think, Nick? I didn't think it was possible to get so thoroughly whipped in just 20 minutes. Clearly, there was sufficient motive for murder. He stole data for his wife, and he killed to protect his secret. A family man who cared just a little too much. The motive is clear. Let's move on. What happened at the crime scene at 1 a.m, Mr. Delight? Come now, tell us. We're all ears. At the CEO's office. Oh my God, this might be the worst we've ever been in the fucking hole on a case. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. Suddenly, I was hit on the forehead. After that, I remember being a bit dazed. If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. When I came to, Mr. Bullard was lying there, dead. I see. Suddenly hit on the forehead, huh? I believe the detective from yesterday provided similar testimony. He said that mask to mask struck him on the back of the head. Of course, since Atme turned out to be the culprit himself, that was all a big lie. Ha! No one's gonna believe a pathetic lie like that. Well, what are you saying? I really was attacked. We'll find out if what you say is true or not during the cross-examination. Got that, Mr. Trite? Don't go easy just because he's your client. If I see any sign that you are, If I see any sign that you are,
I'll treat you to another cup of my special blend. You don't need to worry about that, Mr. Gatto. I have faith in Ron. I know he didn't do it.
I feel like that was Chekhov's special blend. I feel like we're gonna get another mug of coffee to the face. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. Who was this suspicious shadow? If there were 1,000 of me, and if even one knew, I'd tell you, trust me. His dodging all of our questions is not helping us win this case. Okay, then how was the victim, Mr. Bullard, at that time? What do you mean by how was he? Was he already dead? Was he still alive? Maybe he was the one who hit you in the first place. That's a good question. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Forget it. Suddenly, I was hit on the forehead. After that, I remember being a bit dazed. Your forehead? Yes. I was hit on the forehead as soon as I entered the room. It was an amazingly fast and powerful attack. Do you remember anything about who hit you? Well, like I said, it was fast and a powerful hit. So I think I was a little dazed for a while. I don't think Mr. Delight even grasped what you were asking. Yeah, I'd like to show him a fast and powerful attack myself. Maybe that would knock some sense back into him. If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. His mask. That? Could you please clarify what you were referring to? Why, my mask-to-mask costume, of course. Wait just a moment. Mask-to-mask? Huh? Oh, did I forget to mention it before? Just to be on the safe side, I dressed as Mask-to-Mask. And then I descended upon the office of the CEO of KB Security. What? Nick, did you know about any of this? He never told me this. I don't recall him ever mentioning it to me either. Even I didn't know that. It seems our little friend here really loves to keep his secrets. I'm sorry, I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. Wait, that's not right. You know how sometimes things just slip your mind and you tell yourself you're gonna tell someone, like, you really wanna be upfront and honest, but then just the opportunity doesn't present itself, like maybe the conversation changes, or maybe... Ha! My sixth cups of now Gatto's drinking. Let me try that one more time. Ha! My sixth cup of coffee's staring up at me coldly. At any rate, we can't ignore this new piece of information. Witness, please correct your testimony. Thank you for the bits, unknown. What you got for me? Phoenix's internal monologue. Wait, what? Is he in that? Okay. I'd like to give Ron a fast and powerful attack. Like the one that got me into Marvel vs. Capcom series. It's really fast and powerful. Trust me. Why am I in a fighting series? I'm a lawyer. I've literally had my ass kicked every time I've had any confrontations with anybody. Pretty sure the only time I've gotten into a fight with anybody, I was slammed over the head while I was waiting for trial. Why am I in a fighting game? All right. All right. If I'd been...
I'd have been killed if I hadn't been wearing my mask-to-mask costume. Why were you dressed up as mask-to-mask? Why, because I am mask-to-mask, of course. What are you talking about? Mask-to-Mask's trial is being held next door. Oh, yes. I guess so. Anyway, at that time, I thought I was being blackmailed over the Mask-to-Mask issue. So I thought I should go as him, just to be safe. Oh boy. Let me tell you, it's a real pain to move around with that cape. That's why I took a lot longer than I expected. Took a lot longer? What is he talking about? What do you mean by took a lot longer? Oh, opening the safe, of course. No, 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 no! My cape got caught on the safe door, you see. This all happened when I was hiding Mr. Bullard's body. What was that? I did back up a second. Yes? You were the one that hid the body in the safe? Well, yeah. Inconceivable! Why? Just why? What reason could you have? What were you thinking? Question. When does someone toss their dirty shorts in the washing machine? What? The answer's simple. When they take them off. As usual, I have no idea what you're saying. Do you mean that Mr. Delight hid the body because he's the murderer? Ha! So you're not as stupid as you look. His metaphor this time was really obscure. Mr. Wright, you don't mean that you knew about this whole safe business, do you? Well, yes? Why am I the only one not in the loop here? Witness, make sure you add this to your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Uh-oh. Looks like a storm front is moving in over the fair weather judge. I panicked, and I hid the body in the safe. It took about 10 minutes. Why did you hide the body in the safe anyway? Well, because it wouldn't fit in a drawer. That's not exactly what I meant. When I saw that corpse, I kind of lost it. I thought, if they find his corpse, they'll think I did it. Ha! I think you had a simpler reason than that. It's because you killed him. That's why you spent 10 minutes hiding the body. That certainly makes more sense. Hold on. 10 minutes? What is it, Nick? I just had a thought. Under those circumstances, would you normally try to hide the body? And spend 10 whole minutes to do it? Under those circumstances? What circumstances? Oh! Hey, Nick! If you think his behavior was so strange, why don't you present some evidence that would show just what those circumstances were?
Hold on, what the fuck are we talking about? They're being obscure. Under those circumstances, he was knocked out. He came to. He found a dead body. And the first thing he thought was to take 10 minutes to hide the evidence. He didn't know how long he was out. He didn't know who was in the building. He didn't know if anyone was on their way. He didn't know if anyone had already called the police. So he spent 10 minutes trying to hide a body with no context whatsoever about what was going on. That's it. I'll take a look at the court record and present some evidence. We heard this from Mr. Delight yesterday, didn't we? There's not much in this testimony either. I bet you he's still hiding something. I wouldn't be surprised. We'll just have to draw it out of him. I just hope he doesn't make things any more complicated. Okay. So I think we're using this one. I panicked and hid the body in the safe. It took about 10 minutes. Let's see. The buzzer went off once at 1:02 a.m. on October 12th in the CEO's office. Would he know that? Yeah, he would. Yeah, he would, because it rings in the office. Objection! And was fucking loud. Your Honor, could you please take a look at this record? And what might this be? The record for the emergency buzzer that connects the CEO's office to security. If the button in the office is pressed, a security team is supposed to come running. And according to this record, the buzzer was pushed once at 1:02 a.m. What? If Mr. Ron Delight truly was the murderer, he would have ran as soon as that buzzer sounded. After all, a security guard would have been headed his way.
Objection!
Ha! Let's remember who we're dealing with here. He probably had no idea there were security personnel in the building. Objection! Up until 1 year ago, my client was working as a chief of security. There's no way he wouldn't have known about them.
Objection!
But as it turns out, a guard never came. That was nothing more than a coincidence. The fact that the guard was a pathetic loser who had just gotten punched in the face by his ex's new boyfriend and wasn't anywhere in the vicinity was not something Mr. Delight could have known.
Objection!
Again, remember who we're dealing with here. It's a sure bet that Mr. Delight didn't even notice the buzzer going off. Objection! This buzzer is extremely loud. There's no way he could have ignored something like that. If he had been conscious, that is. Hey, Houndy. Hey, Cav. Welcome, both of you. Conscious? What do you mean by that? Ugh. Fine. Let's hear your theory. Recall the defendant's testimony. The moment he entered the victim's office, someone attacked him. Mr. Delight said he felt dazed. I'm willing to wager that he was knocked unconscious for at least a few minutes. Unconscious? So he fainted. That's why Mr. Delight didn't know the buzzer had sounded. And that's why he thought he had time to hide the body. He said 6 before, so I think we're skipping. Cops. And that's why he thought he had time to hide the body.
What are you trying to say? Mr. Delight was knocked out, and the buzzer went off soon afterwards. Now, unless my client was able to hit the buzzer while he was unconscious, it can only mean that there was another person in that room. That's right. Whoever it was, they knocked out Ron Delight and then pressed the buzzer. But order in the court. This is...
Objection!
This is preposterous. It was this kid. Ron Delight is the one who killed Kane Bullard. Objection! Then who pressed the buzzer? It was the victim, of course. He pressed the buzzer when the defendant attacked him. He didn't die right away. He must have held on long enough to push the button. So Kane Bullard sounded the buzzer himself. What is your opinion on this, Mr. Wright? I need to prove that the real criminal was there at the scene, but how? Can I prove that it wasn't Kane Bullard who sounded the buzzer? Can I prove that it wasn't Kane Bullard who sounded the buzzer? We gotta look at that autopsy report. I mean, I believe Gatto that he didn't die right away. Let's see. There were no prints on it. There were no prints on it. God, but he could say that Ron Delight would have wiped them off. Let's see. The buzzer went off once at the 1:02 a.m. I have to blow my nose real quick. One sec. The buzzer went off once at 1:02 a.m. on October 12th. That doesn't help us. That doesn't help us. Connected to the basement security guard office, there are no fingerprints on it. Okay. There is a chance it's the buzzer. Let me talk you through it. Reasons why it might not be the buzzer. If I present the buzzer and I say, well, the buzzer had no fingerprints on it, they would say, well, he obviously wiped them off, right? Because he didn't want the body found. He killed someone, he hid the body. If he saw the buzzer pressed, he would have wiped the fingerprints off it. That doesn't prove anything. The reason in favor of the buzzer is he worked for the company. He knows how the buzzer works. So he knows that once it's pressed, it will alert security, right? So if he knows it's going to alert security, he knows there are going to be security coming here. So what's the point of wiping the prints off? Counter argument. If he wipes the print off, you could possibly pass it off as a malfunction in the security system, and maybe the security would come up, not see the boss there, and they would leave. But the security is not going to check for prints anyway, which means if they find the body, they're going to find the prints. And if they find the body, at that point, who the fuck cares if the victim's own fingerprints are on the button? Right? At the same time, and this is me metagaming. I'm trying not to metagame too hard. But when the game tends to give you an option that is not concrete, they usually want you to press that button. So I'm not ready yet is usually the right answer. If it's like yes and no, then you usually want to say yes, right? If it's yes and not yet, that usually makes me feel like not yet is the right answer. Excuse me. So, can I prove it wasn't Kane Bullard? Wait a minute, let's look at the question. Can I prove that it wasn't Kane Bullard who sounded the buzzer? Can I prove that it wasn't Kane Bullard who sounded the buzzer?
If Kane Bullard sounded the buzzer, it would be easy for the killer to wipe the prints off. I don't really have any evidence. I think I want to say I'm not ready yet. I don't think I have any evidence yet. Because it's not about who pressed it, right? It's not about who pressed it. Welcome to my channel, by the way. Hello. It's not about who pressed it. It's about, can we prove that it wasn't Kane Bullard? So let's talk our way through that. If it was Kane Bullard, he should have left prints. Counterpoint. If it was Kane Bullard and the killer saw him, right? Wouldn't the killer have wiped the prints off? So can we then prove whether it was the killer who pressed it or Kane Bullard? There are no prints on the buzzer. So we can't determine who was the one that actually pressed the buzzer. We could go into motive, but that's all just conjecture. That's all just guesswork. Wouldn't the killer have to press the button again to wipe the prints? That might depend on how sensitive the button is. I think I can make a compelling case for why Kane Bullard would not have pressed the button, but I don't think I can prove it wasn't him. I'm gonna say I'm not ready yet. The defense admits there's no evidence to the contrary. It is possible that the victim himself sounded the buzzer. Ha! Possible. More like definite, Mr. Trite. Which means, if only 2 people were there at the crime scene after all. The victim, Kane Bullard, and his killer, Mr. Delight.
Come on, Nick. If you can't prove that the real killer was there, his trial is as good as finished.
I guess I need to show some sort of evidence after all. Okay, fuck me, I guess I was wrong. The defense's opinion is this, Your Honor. This piece of evidence proves that it wasn't the victim who sounded the buzzer. I think it's gonna be the buzzer itself. I think it's gonna be the buzzer itself. Because we're gonna say, if Kane Bullard had sounded it, he would have left fingerprints on it, but that doesn't change the fact that they could have been wiped off, especially if the person attacking him saw him press the button. But let's try it. Take that! I believe this is the piece of evidence. This is the piece of incontrovertible evidence you were looking for. The emergency buzzer? Is there some kind of clue on it? Absolutely not. Hey, come on now. At least you give some thought. Sorry. Come on now. At least give some thought to what you say before opening your mouth. The fact that there are absolutely no clues is itself the clue. Now I'm the one who's clueless. This button has no fingerprints on it. If Mr. Bullard had really pressed it himself, naturally, he would have left his fingerprints behind. Ron, Delight obviously wiped them off. Why would he? A guard could have come in at any moment. He touched the button. I know he did. The defendant, Mr. Delight, was dressed as Mask to Mask. And Mask to Mask always wears gloves. What reason could he have possibly had to wipe the buttons free of fingerprints? Order! 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 Oh, it would seem I've been forced to eat crow. I'm gonna say that one a little differently. Let's try it again. It would seem I've been forced to eat crow. I wonder what blend number crow-flavored coffee is. However, if the real killer was there at the scene,
Why would that person press the emergency buzzer? Shouldn't they have run away without pressing? Shouldn't they have run away without putting themselves in extra danger? Oh, what is with the awkward silence all of a sudden? Looks like you're fresh out of parlor tricks. They're on to you, Nick. Just give me a minute to collect my thoughts. The real culprit killed Mr. Bullard at around 1 a.m. And Mr. Delight just happened to waltz in when the murder was taking place, right? The killer clobbered Mr. Delight and then sounded the buzzer. Even though security was supposed to respond right away if the buzzer was pressed. Security was supposed to respond. Huh. Time's up, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you have to say. Very well, then. Ho ho! You got some guts. I like that in an opponent. Why did the real killer sound the emergency buzzer? I think I know exactly why he did. But I'm gonna save just in case. To call the security guard. To call the security guard because they're just gonna book it. They're gonna book it, right? So that Ron gets caught. To find out what it did? Yeah, okay. They didn't mean to, doubt it. The killer knew. That was halfway to Gatto. Let's try that again. The killer knew that if they pressed the button, a guard would come running. And that was exactly what they wanted. Do you mean to say the killer called the guard on purpose? Yes. Although, as it turned out, he never showed up. Because he was getting his clock cleaned at the time. Ha! What a touching story. You're saying the killer had a change of heart and called the guard to turn himself in? No, I'm not. When that buzzer sounded, there were 3 people in that office. The victim, Kane Bullard, who was already dead. The defendant, Ron Delight, who was also out cold. And the 3rd person, the real killer. Hypothetically, yes. Now then, in this situation, if the real killer made an escape, what would happen? The only ones left in the room would be the victim and Ron Delight. And if any security guards came running in at that time, they would think that I was the murderer. Yes, that's precisely the real killer's objective. To frame Ron Delight for the murder. I'm sorry, bro. Did you just take a sip specifically to set up your own spit take? Bro just took his own sip to do a spit take. After all of that shit was laid out. What was that, Gatto? He's like, hold on a minute. I gotta do something, it'll be funny. Dude. Order! It would seem I've been made to eat my words once again. Man took the calmest sippy I've ever seen just to spit it out.
This is on Steam. Yeah, I don't know what the price is. You'll have to take a look. Actually, you've been made to do a spit take with a cup of coffee.
Mr. Wright? Who was it? Who was it that tried to frame me? Wait a second. I'm the one and only masked a mask, so is he trying to frame me to be myself? In that case, he's kind of accurate. But no, I guess he was trying to frame me for the murder, not necessarily that I was masked a mask. God, the more I think about it, the more complicated this gets.
He's doing it again. Misfits, he's doing it again. Do we need that gift back? I think we need that gift back. Where is it? Where is it? Give it back. I've got it around here somewhere. There it is. He's doing the Deku thing again.
Wait, Nick, you mean the real killer is? You mean the real killer is?
We're gonna drag that person in here right now.
But who was it?
I don't have any solid proof yet. But think about it. The killer knew Mr. Delight's identity. And they also knew that he had been called to KB security that night. So the killer used him to execute a well-crafted plan to murder Kane Bullard. Now then, let's hear your accusation, Mr. Wright. Who was it that framed Mr. Ron Delight for the murder of Kane Bullard? I'm gonna let you sit on that for a second, because I have a break coming up in a minute and I cannot skip it, so I will be right back if you think you know who it is. I mean, I think we all know who it is, so I won't stop you from saying it, but let's find out if we're right when we get back, right? If you need to hit the restroom, if you need to stretch your legs, if you need to go kiss your pet, your cat or dog, go do that. I'll be right back in 3 minutes or so, and we'll find out where this is going, shall we? All right, BRB. I'm back, but we got about 12 seconds to kill, so let's just hang for a sec. Floof! Man, Misfits, I want Cheez-Its. I ran out of my Cheez-Its. I got no snacks. Just went into the kitchen, I shoved cereal in my mouth. Just took a handful of cereal and shoved it into my face. All right. Who's ready to bring back out the ace detective? More like the ace con artist.
Enjoy stream.
Brutus, thank you. Who was it that framed Mr. Ron Delight for the murder of Kane Bullard? I think it was him. Take that! Detective Luke Atme. He's the only one who could have done it. Ace detective? Luke Atme? You mean Mask to Mask did it? Your Honor, the person being tried in the court next to us is not Mask to Mask at all. He is, in actuality, the true murderer of Kane Bullard. Order! Order! Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Theft and murder. Which one is a more serious crime? They're not even close. Murder is more serious. They're not even close. Murder is the more serious crime, of course. It's a capital crime subject to a capital punishment. Please remember the trial from yesterday, if you would. Oh, am I gonna have to do it again? When Luke Atme confessed, there was a huge commotion in the courtroom. Of course, a famous detective was unmasked as, well, mask to mask. Instead of being convicted of murder, he was found guilty of grand larceny. That was his true objective all along. To be found guilty. Mask to Mask had the perfect alibi for when the murder took place. He was stealing the urn at Lordly Taylor. In other words, being found guilty as Mask to Mask was Luke's airtight, watertight, and unassailable alibi. A guilty verdict as an alibi. Hey, welcome Raiders, welcome 2420. You know, it's almost time. For what? For Luke Atme's verdict. It was a pretty simple trial after all. If we're gonna stop this trial and stall that one, we need to do it now. Wait a minute! Hello! I'm sorry, is Gatto helping us? Excuse me, sorry. Gatto just turned on a dime, like he's not even fighting me. He's like, well, we have to get in there quickly if we can get him in here. If Atme gets convicted in there, then we can't even investigate that, so let's go get him in here fast. That's a weird turn for Gatto. I guess he does get a conviction either way, but still, that's fascinating for him to be so procedural suddenly. It's almost about time for Luke Atme's guilty verdict. This was a simple trial after all. If we're gonna stop this trial and stall that one, we need to do it now. Of course. That's assuming you have proof that the detective was the one who committed the murder. Mr. Luke Atme's trial has indeed attracted the attention of the entire country. If we were to intrude and failed to provide adequate proof of his true crime, Mr. Delight would be left with no grounds for appeal. sure about this? Ha. A bet's only good when your life's the ante.
Mr. Wright, I believe in you!
Mr. Delight.
So please, I'm begging you! I want to be a hero, All Might!
Thanks. But, my decision will determine the rest of your life. Can I really risk your life like this? Phoenix. What was that? Don't stray, Phoenix. For your client, take the path you trust. That voice. It sounds like Mia. Your Honor, the defense requests an immediate recess. Ha! So that's your answer, huh? Very well. I've decided as well. This court will now take a 20-minute recess. Mr. Wright, when we return, please summon Mr. I have to burp! Mr. Wright, when we return, please summon Mr. Luke Atme to the stand. Yes, Your Honor. October 14th, 11:58 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 5. We about to push our way into another courtroom and interrupt a trial, baby! Well, Sir Detective Atme. I have to say, Mr. Payne, you performed splendidly. Oh no, Sir Detective Atme, you were the one who... That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong this trial. This court finds the defendant Luke Atme.
Hold it! Wait! Don't hand down your verdict yet, please!
Well, well, well. Sir Lawyer, welcome to my courtroom. Who's this hoser, eh? Hey, gotta give him a new voice. Who's this hoser, eh? Hoser, 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 hoser. Who's this hoser, eh? My name is Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. And I wish to file an accusation against this man, Luke Atme. Accusation? You accuse Mask to Mask? That man is not Mask to Mask. He's just a ruthless murderer. What? To be continued. All right. All right. We are going to take... I could go right on. We just took a break a couple minutes ago. I want to give us a lot of time to get through this. So I'm going to take... Oh, boy. I'm going to press that button one more time. All right? I think we can do it. I'm going to press that button one more time. take the last 3 minutes, hit the restroom, make some food if you need, and then we are going to jump right back into it, and hopefully we'll get through this whole trial because we'll have a nice, like, two hours on the clock, okay? So last break, I hope. I'll see you in just a few minutes. All right, I am basically back, but we're going to wait for another minute and a half. I love that when they get into that room. I love that when they get into that room, they're basically all like jerking themselves off in there. He's like, "You are such a gentleman and a scholar, Luke at me." And he's like, "Not as much of a scholar as you. I dare say you're the best prosecutor I've ever seen." Like, they're just circle jerking in there when we get in there because he was like happily confessing to the crime. "And might I say you look beautiful this morning." "The truth of your handsomeness is so elegantly revealed to me." "Hey, Eleanor." They're secretly smooching during the recess, yeah. They're all just making out in there the whole time. They're just making out. I'm just having a little ginger candy before we continue. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. I'm just having a little ginger candy. Don't worry about it. We'll jump back in just a second. It's really good. You should have some. It's really good. Actual ginger. It's got burn, baby. Welcome, welcome, Raiders, by the way. Thank you so much for joining us. We are about to jump back in. My name is Melizand. You can call me Mel. Thank you so much for sharing your community with me. I really appreciate you being here. Come on, come in. Make yourselves at home. We are about to finish. Jump into the final, I think probably the final trial of this. So let's give it a look and see what happens. Oh shit, Doppelganger, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Netomorph. October 14th, 12:14 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 4. My sis. I could have sworn I heard Mia's voice. So then, she's still alive. Inside your heart. Nicky boy. Oh, Ms. Delight. Is it true that detective is the real killer? To be honest, we don't have any definite proof. But he's the only one who could have done it. But wasn't he at Lordly Taylor that night? Not to mention, we don't exactly know his motive. I mean, why would Detective Atme want to kill Kane Bullard? Oh, oops. It's almost time. Better get back in the courtroom. I need to find some solid proof. And it's gonna happen sooner. It's gotta happen sooner rather than later. October 14th, 12:21 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 6. Now then, this court is back in session. Mr. Luke Atme, please take the stand. Well, well. How do you do, sir lawyer? That's more like, Gatto. What was his voice? Well, well. How do you do, sir lawyer? I never would have thought to see you acting so recklessly. Couldn't let them hand down your verdict just yet. Not when it would have given you a perfect alibi. An alibi by the name of Mask Damask. I'm sorry. I'm afraid even the great Luke Atme has no idea what you mean. Of course, I've been in the next courtroom ever since 10 o'clock this morning. I'm afraid there's no way I could know what's been going on in here. You've been in the defendant's seat all day long, correct? Being tried as Mask Damask? Indeed. It's truly child's play to fool the ignorant masses. Not only did the poor fools ask me to protect their valuables, they even gave me a generous reward upon returning their property to them. Their own property to them. Take this red diamond ring that sparkles upon my divine finger, for example. So you continue to insist that you are in fact Mask Damask? Of course. Very well then, Luke Atme. Let's begin with this simple question. On October 12th at 1 a.m., Kane Bullard was murdered. Where were you at that time? Hey! Welcome, Neto. Welcome, welcome, welcome. One without knowledge lacks even the knowledge that he should be ashamed of himself. But don't worry. I will not hold it against you, Sir Judge. Thanks. All right, Mr. Atme. The night of the murder. Speak. We're all ears. That's how he always does testimony, doesn't he? He's always like, speak. I'm all ears. We're all listening.
As you wish, Sir Prosecutor.
Oh my God. Misfits, come here a second. This is big. This is big. Come here a sec. Hi. Hi. Come here, come closer. I just had an insane theory. I'm not going to share it with you. But I have this wild theory, and I cannot wait to find out if it's true. Wouldn't you like to know? I'll explain it later if it ends up being accurate. The alibi. I was stealing the urn as mask to mask, just as I announced I would. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job. A photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turned out to be my witness. The time at which the camera captured mask to mask was the same time as the murder. It seems the main point of discussion will be this photo of the crime scene. Everything else up until now was all part of his plan. There has to be a secret to this picture as well. Okay. Even the great mask to mask cannot be in two places at once. Now then, if you'll excuse me, I have a verdict to receive. Hold it! Unfortunately, Mr. Atme, we still have to do your cross-examination. A fool is too foolish to know that he's a fool. I think he's trying to say you're full of it, Nick. The only thing that's full of it is his alibi. I was stealing the urn as mask to mask, just as I announced I would. So this photograph is the proof, correct? Indeed it is. And the man in the photo, oh, that's Phoenix. And the man in the photo is certainly wearing a mask. That's why I'm called Mask to Mask. But conveniently, that also means there's no way to tell who this really is. What do you mean?
Objection!
Ha! Are you saying this is not, in fact, Luke Atme? That it could be an accomplice, dressed up as Mask to Mask to create an alibi? Oh, what an interesting idea. Are you saying that I, Lone Wolf Luke, had an accomplice? No? Maybe? All right, no spoilers. Let's think this through for a second. Mask to Mask can't be in two places at once. Right? That means Luke Atme can't be in two places at once either. So Luke could not have been at the security firm killing Kane Bullard and also stealing the box at the same time. So if that's an alibi for...
or a potential alibi for Ron that's also an alibi for Luke, right? So here's what I'm thinking. Here's what I'm thinking. No spoilers. Here's what I'm thinking. I think if this is either Luke Atme or if this is Ron Delight, that means whoever's in this picture could not have been at the security firm at this time. Because they both have to be there. So neither of them could have been here. So either Luke Atme has an accomplice. Who would it be? Could it be Ron's own wife, Desiree? Could it be Adrian Andrews? Is she a criminal now? I don't think it's a criminal. The only other possibility is that this is a staged photograph and that it's been doctored. The timestamp's been doctored. It's been staged somehow. To give him an alibi, and he was never here. That's the only other thing I can think of. The urn was broken and repaired 2 weeks ago, right? The urn was broken and repaired 2 weeks ago, all right? Let's go through some of this evidence. The urn was broken and repaired 2 weeks ago. That means a couple of things. That means that the urn was broken, fell into the paint was already on the floor, the paint stuck to the floor, and all of that happened 2 weeks ago, right? At the very, very, very start. What does that mean? That means that, and then remember, once the statue of Ami Faye was brought in, Adrian moved it to hide the paint. And when we went there the night of, the statue was there. It was only during the investigation the next day that the statue was moved, which makes me think the statue of Ami Faye is not moved right now. It's not there yet. So I think this photo was taken. Remember, Luke Atme was hired 2 weeks before the event. The letter with the threat that they were going to steal the urn was sent a week before the event. I think this photo was taken. There is no date. I think this photo was taken before the night of the crime, before the Ami statue was there, and I think Luke found a way to enter it into the system as having been taken the night of the crime. I think this is a doctored photo. That's what I think. Because partially also from like a meta gaming standpoint, I don't think there's someone else we can name. And it would feel really unsatisfying for this to be like, oh, he had an accomplice, but there's no one it could be. There's literally no one it could be. Unless Larry Butts becomes a criminal, not gonna happen. Adrian Andrews becomes a criminal, I hope is not gonna happen. Desiree Delight is plotting against her own husband. That's the most plausible theory I could come up with. But that would be a huge twist. Not that it couldn't happen. I think that photo might be doctored. I genuinely do. The other thing that I find fascinating, and this doesn't necessarily mean anything, is that there's paint all over the bottom of the box. Here's the thing, you can't see the rest of the box. We can't inspect it and turn it around like we could do on Rise from the Ashes. But that's also interesting to me just because the box he's holding in the picture doesn't have any visible paint, but that doesn't mean it's not on the back. So it's not a perfect observation, but it's a possible observation that he is not holding the box with the urn right now. We know he stole it. Don't get me wrong, we know he stole it. It ended up in his office. That's the weird thing. The urn ended up in his office, in his bag. So when did he steal it? What if he stole it? We're just gonna go down a rabbit hole real quick. What if he stole it? I'm walking away from the mic. I'm sorry. What if he stole it? What if he stole it before the night of the crime? And it was stolen the whole time. Do you guys know the story of those two musicians that have a contest? I think it's been told a couple different ways, but I want to say it's about the musician. I think it's like Hardy Boys or something. Like the musician keeps like his prize violin or something in a safe. I think this has also been done with the whole like, oh no. He has a prize violin, but he kept like it was a ginger ale thing where like he keeps the cup. He basically challenges another musician to say like, look, I have impeccable hearing, okay? I'll make a bet with you for my prize violin. I'm going to sit there with my eyes closed all night in the room with my safe. I'm going to put a glass with ice cubes in the safe, right? If you can fill that glass in my locked safe with like ginger ale or wine or something without me noticing you, if you can somehow get past me and do that, you can have my violin. And inevitably, he spends the whole night like rock solid vigil. And when he wakes up in the morning, he opens the safe. He's 100% sure nobody got in that night. He knows he didn't fall asleep. He knows he has perfect hearing. And when he opens the safe, the glass is full of ginger ale or whatever. And it's supposed to be this big mystery about if you've covered your bases, like beyond the shadow of a doubt, every single piece of evidence points to there being absolutely no way possible for this guy to have snuck into this other guy's house. Then how the fuck did the ginger ale get in there? And the answer, I'm spoiling it if you ever go read like old children's mystery books, is his friend sabotaged the ice. So that when the man put the glass into the safe that night, I want to say there was a blindness thing or something else involved that he couldn't just notice, like yellow ice cubes. But when he put the ice cubes in the glass and put it in the safe that night, he accidentally put in ice cubes that were frozen ginger ale. And so the plot was laid. The plan was hatched. The plot was laid before the challenge even started. He lost before they even started the contest because he put the ginger ale ice cubes in his glass. So the other guy didn't have to do shit all night. And then when he woke up that morning, he looked at the glass. It was full of soda. I'm probably getting half the details wrong, but that's my theory. What if he stole the urn way before the night of? Adrian said it broke 2 weeks ago. She fixed it. She put it down there for safekeeping. She said she didn't check on it after that. What if it was gone and she didn't know? It could have been, which means she might have found it days later. Right? But who's running her security detail? Who's gonna tell her, don't worry about it, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I've got it. You can go home, rest your head. You've got an exhibition to run. You don't need to look at all of this. I've got you covered. Don't worry about it. I'm going to catch this thief if it's the last thing I do, but I need to be absolutely alone in order to do my best work. He's running security so he can keep her away from it. I think it was stolen before the night of. I think the photo was taken before the night of and it was doctored or adjusted or re-input into the system to make it seem like it was that night. I think Luke put himself on security so he could keep Adrian Andrews away from it. And then the plan went exactly as we've all seen. Let's find out if I'm right. I know I don't do any, like, I usually kind of like will let the story unfold, but I've genuinely have theories I needed to share that. So we're gonna find out. Let's see what happens. I am going to say I am gonna say he did not have an accomplice. If Luke Atme was at KB Security during the murder, then the mask-to-mask in this picture has to be a fake.
And there really was an accomplice.
But right now, I have no idea who it is.
I don't have any idea right now either.
Baseless objections are just what that guy wants. There's gotta be another way, and I'm gonna find it. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job. I believe Adrian Andrews hired you at one point? That's right. That was over 20 days ago, if I'm not mistaken. You sent the calling card to Lordly Taylor 10 days before the heist. That would mean you sent out the card after you began your security watch, right? Indeed. There was no reason why I couldn't do both jobs at once. It was the perfect opportunity to steal my latest target. I see. You truly are evil, aren't you? Yes, evil is what I'm. Evil is what I am.
Hey, Nick. Isn't there something odd about this? Detective Atme was always proud of his ace detective skills, right? But if the urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor while he was the only one watching it, he'd have no way to maintain his perfect ace detective persona. You know, that's true. It is kind of odd.
A photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turned out to be my witness. So by photograph, you mean this piece of evidence here? Is that correct? Indeed it is. That's it! The very thing that proves I committed the crime. The very thing that proves you committed the crime? When you think about it, it's really odd. You say that almost as if you had this picture taken on purpose.
Objection!
He was simply caught by the very camera that he'd set up. We all have days like that. Indeed. It turned out that there was no such thing as the perfect crime after all. Life is truly an ironic thing, a sad, blue melody. It looks like I'd better gather more information for now. If he's truly the killer, there's gotta be something phony in that photo. The time at which the camera captured Mask to Mask was the same time as the murder. About the camera that took that photograph. Oh, come now! It's all too clear what you're thinking. Uh-huh. You think I altered the timestamp on the photograph, don't you? Oh, fuck, he's calling me out! Oh, no! 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 Alright, maybe my theory's horseshit. He is a master detective, by the way. You think I altered the timestamp on the photograph, don't you? I'm afraid that's impossible. The camera was set up by Lordly Taylor, and on top of that, it was Lordly Taylor's staff that printed that picture's data. Unfortunately for the defense, there's no way that picture could have been altered. I see.
It looks like I'd better find something else that could be suspicious. Sorry. It looks like I'd better find something else that could be suspicious. Interesting. Well, so an alternative theory would be, and this might be me coping, this could be hard coping. An alternative theory would be, is there any chance that the 1 o'clock time is wrong? And that there's something that could have mixed up the times? I guess we'll find out. So this alibi is false? It has to be, or you couldn't have killed Mr. Bullard at KB Security. But I'm not really spotting anything unusual. There are two possibilities. Either the mask-to-mask in the photo is a fake, or the photo itself is. I think the photo itself is, but they're telling me it's impossible. They're telling me it's impossible. If the mask-to-mask is a fake, well then what? Then who is that? We don't have anyone else unless Desiree is evil. And I mean, you know, Desiree walking around being like, I detest criminals. I hate criminals from the bottom of my heart. Could she be projecting? Could that be her alibi? I hate criminals so much. I don't know. I don't think Desi would betray her husband, though. Unless it's an affair. Unless it's an affair and they're both plotting to take out her husband. I was stealing the urn as mask to mask, just as I announced I would. Oh wait, we already did this. So this photograph is the proof, correct? Indeed it is. Okay, not yet.
Objection!
Okay, I'm not ready to do that yet. I'm not ready to do that yet. A photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turned out to be my witness. Photograph, one turned out to be my witness. I think presenting the photograph to this does not prove anything yet. So I don't think that works. The time at which the camera captured mask to mask was the same time as the murder. Found in Ron's wallet, used on October 12th, the night of the crime, at 1 a.m. Found in KB Security Building at 1 a.m. What was the note? Let me see what the note said again. To security at Lordley Taylor, I will be coming to purloin the most priceless work of art on display in your Treasures of Corinne exhibit. Take good care of the speckled urn, won't you? Yours truly, Mask to Mask. Looks like it was torn off some clothing. The mask's brooch. Buzzing off at 1:02 a.m. on October 12th. Dropped the urns box 2 weeks ago. She also knocked over some paint. Wooden box had a sacred urn in it. It has pink paint stains on it. Right now, the biggest thing that strikes me as odd. If you don't want your true identity revealed to the world, come to KB Security at 1 a.m. on October 12th and bring $50,000. If you don't, I'll take that red diamond you received the other day instead. No, the brooch is not in the picture, and that was actually something we litigated. Litigated? That was something we went through in the first trial day. I don't remember why, though.
I think that was our way of saying, you know what it was? I was disproving the fact that he said no one saw him. I think originally he was like, nothing happened. You know, I hit him. There was no struggle. And we're like, well, you pulled the thing off of his chest. But yeah, no, the picture in the photo has no brooch. The brooch was found at the scene of the crime, supposedly, and was pulled off the costume. Right now, the most incriminating thing for me is the fact that here's the two most incriminating things right now. Is that the box does not look like it has paint on it. Right? The second thing is, we were there the night before. And the night before, the Ami Faye statue was there. Now, granted, the next morning, the Ami Faye statue was moved, and we don't know why. We don't know if it was moved by the police overturning the place. We don't know if it was moved by Luke Atme pretending to be on the job. We don't know if it was moved the night of the crime. We just know that the night before, the Ami Faye statue was there, and yet it's gone during the crime, when the photo's taken, right? What does the statue say? Carried into the basement warehouse the day of the crime, moved again that night. But we don't know when. Photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turned out to be my witness. There are two possibilities. Either the masked a mask and the photo is a fake, or the photo itself is. What does the photo say? Photo of storeroom entrance taken by the camera on the night of the crime. That is not a lot of information. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job. Let me ask about this one again. I believe Adrian Andrews hired you at one point? That's right. That was over 20 days ago, if I'm not mistaken. You sent the calling card to Lordly Taylor 10 days before the heist? That would mean you sent the card after you began your security watch, right? Indeed. There was no reason why I couldn't do both jobs at once. It was the perfect opportunity to steal my latest target. I see, you truly are evil, aren't you? Yes, evil is what I am. Hey, Nick, is there something odd about this? Detective Atme was always proud of his ace detective skills, right? But if the urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor while he was the only one watching it, he'd have no way to maintain his perfect ace detective persona. You know, that's true. It is kind of odd. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job. Be coming to purloin the most priceless art. Take good care of the speckled urn, won't you? Sacred urn. The warehouse camera went off once at around 1 a.m. on the night of the crime. Photo of storeroom entrance taken that night. The statue was right here. The night before, it was right here. Can you see my mouse? Blocking the paint. Why was the statue moved? Why was the statue moved? It was a pathetically easy job. You know what? I wonder if right now I just need to stall for time. I wonder if I have to present the Shichishito and say pathetically easy. You had a fight, dude. Someone fought you. I wonder. I wonder if that's it, if I just need to start picking apart his testimony by saying, pathetically easy. We established when you were in trial yesterday that you had this big fight and were supposedly knocked out. I'm gonna try it. Fuck! This evidence clearly reveals the contradiction in that statement, Your Honor. How exactly are the evidence and the statement just now related? They aren't they? Not at all. Mr. Wright, please think the facts over before you make accusations. Please think the facts over before please think the facts over before you speak English and make accusations. All right. It's a pathetically easy job. A photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turned out to be my witness. Let me read that again. So by photograph, you mean this piece of evidence here. Hey, is she the best? Indeed it is. That's it. The very thing that proves I committed the crime. The very thing that proves you committed the crime? Surely even you understand by now. Lordly Taylor provided the camp. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, this is new. This is new. This is new. Surely you understand by now. Lordly Taylor provided the camera. There's no way I could have tampered with it. That means I could not have killed Kane Bullard, unless I had an accomplice. Come on, think. Long and hard about that night. The basement warehouse. And this picture that supposedly captures it. It's got to be here. Isn't there something funny about this picture? Are you implying that this picture is a fake? You bet I am. There's something definitely strange about this picture. We took a look around the basement warehouse that night, before the theft took place. And there's something in this photo that doesn't match my memory of that night. Very well. Let's hear what you have to say. What about this photo do you find funny? All right. I'm still kind of on board with the whole, like, what if it's archaic software? What if, like, there's no timestamp on the photo? So if they're just downloading the photo, isn't it possible that he could have taken this photo any night at 12:53 a.m.? We don't know that, for all we know, all of the photos are cataloged in folders by date, blah, 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 in a database, but we don't know that they are, right? What if, I'm having candy. What if we know that something happened the night of the crime at 1 a.m. and there's one photo in the database from 1 a.m. Could they have just assumed that it was from the night of the crime? If their software isn't sophisticated enough to have it filed by date, right? So that makes it all tie up, right? If the software doesn't have that ability, doesn't timestamp stuff, then he's not hacking the software. He's still using their camera. He's still using their software. He's just setting up a photo to be taken before the crime was actually committed. to give himself an alibi. And sure, the Lordly Taylor staff had to print the photo, but he's in charge of security. So he doesn't have to go report anything. Anyway. Take that! The funny part is right here. Why, this is a blood stain. Ah, blood! Oh, now this is getting interesting. Not exactly. This stain is actually pink paint. Oh, just paint. And peach colored at that. From blood to peaches. The judge sure loves going on his wild tangents. The problem with this photograph is not the paint. The problem is when you consider the layout of the basement warehouse. It turns out that something should be there. Something that should be there is nowhere to be seen. Well, Mr. Wright, what is supposed to be in this picture instead of the paint stains? The statue, baby girl. The supervisor of the treasure exhibit stated the following. Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime, around noon, that golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. I realized that the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it where you first saw it. I myself was there the night the theft took place and saw the statue in that spot. If this picture was truly taken on that night, then that statue should have been there.
Objection!
But when I went there the day after the theft, that statue was the old... But when I went there the day after the theft, that statue of the old bag was sitting in the corner. Well, perhaps it was somehow pushed there accidentally. Your Honor, the statue is slightly larger than yourself and quite heavy. It would take more than an accidental push to move it that distance. Ha! In that case, can you prove it? Can you give us the rhyme and reason as to why that statue was moved that night?
Can you do it, Nick?
Never mind who moved it. The real question is, why did they move it? What if the statue was moved because he knew he took a photograph nights before? The statue shows up by accident. He goes, fuck, the statue is right where the photograph I took 2 weeks ago. It's right in the line of sight of the camera. If I try to present this photo tomorrow, they're gonna be like, where's the statue? So maybe he thinks to himself, okay, maybe I move the statue out of sight and just hope no one remembers that it was next to the door. Because it showed up at the last minute the night before, and he's like, at this point, he's like, well, fuck, I'm kind of panicking a little bit at this point. I'll just trust that people's memories aren't that great. I'll move the statue out of the way. They'll look at it, it'll match what they saw in the morning, and I'll be fine. The real question is, why did they move it? Well, Mr. Wright, I hope you're prepared with your answer. Now then, who was the one that moved the golden statue on the night of the crime? I'm not sure. Is that the one about the guy, the country guy that's framed for a murder? Or is that something different? Who was it that moved it? I mean, I would say at me. Honestly, Atme was running security, right? Atme was running security, so it didn't even have to happen that night. It just had to happen before the morning. So he could still have been downtown or uptown or wherever at the security firm, did the thing, and then as long as he shows up before anyone else comes in the morning,
he could go, oh, fuck, there's a statue here, and move it. So I think it still checks out that it could be him. Let's see. Take that! The one who moved the statue is none other than Luke at me. Come now, Sir Lawyer. There you go again on one of your strange delusions. Mr. Wright, what basis do you have for your strange delusions? It's very simple. The witness was the only one in the basement warehouse that night. Wait, no. Wait, no. No. No, because he has to be across town. The witness was the only one in the basement warehouse that night. That is indeed very simple. However, why would I want to move a heavy golden statue? The reason for moving the golden statue? I mean, I guess he could have moved it any time, right? He could have moved it at 11:30 or 11, right? So I guess he might have been the one to move it that night. The reason for moving the golden statue. Here's where our battle really begins. Well, Mr. Wright, what reason did the witness have to move the statue? The reason can be found here in this photograph. Look at me. You pretended to be Mask to Mask to create an alibi showing you were at Lordly Taylor that night. But this photograph contains a single fatal flaw. If the statue had been there, your lie would have been exposed like cheap film at a drugstore. That's why you had to move the statue. A single fatal flaw? Interesting theory. Please, enlighten us. Just where in this picture does the lie exist? It's the same place, you numbnuts! Take that! The lie in this photo is somewhere around here. Jumping to conclusions again? I think you need to take a gander in your local mirror. As the Yiddish proverb goes, a half-truth is a whole lie. Wait, what? What? Keep lying like this and you'll be the one on trial. Oh man, now they're calling me a liar. Wait, how? Question is, why was the statue moved, right? There was some reason the culprit didn't want the statue in the picture. At least, that's what I thought. I'll ask you again, Mr. Tread. Just where in this picture does the lie exist? I can't save. I cannot save. Where is the lie? The only other options, wait a minute. The lie. The only other options are the box and the timestamp. If it's not where the statue is, it should be the same place. The fatal flaw was that it's not what's in the photograph, it's what was in the world, that the statue is there. And so the fatal flaw is that his photo doesn't have the statue. Did I click too low? Is that the problem? You'd think that, wouldn't you? But we know that the statue is blocking the paint. We know that the statue is blocking the paint. To be that. We're gonna lose and have to start over and like go back through a shitload of stuff because I haven't been saving.
So let's see. Let's just recap. The urn broke 2 weeks ago, right? So 2 weeks ago, the urn was broken. 2 weeks ago, the box should have had paint on it. We know that the paint spilled 2 weeks ago, right? So if this paint is on the floor, that implies that the urn is already broken and the box already has paint on it. So the only other fatal flaw might be the fact that the box doesn't have visible paint. But that has nothing to do with the statue. The fatal flaw, he took a photo in advance, and there's something that should be there that isn't. The statue isn't there. Sorry, I wish I had a chat log of everything we'd been told. The statue isn't there. So he had to move the statue out of the way, because when he took the photo, the statue wasn't there. Because he knew if he didn't move the statue, his photo had a fatal flaw. Here's the thing, though, if it's the box, one could argue if the statue's in the photograph, right? He didn't see that the paint was there. If the statue had been in the photograph, he wouldn't have known the paint was there. He could have taken that photo with any box whatsoever. So you'd say, oh, well, the fact that there's no paint there because he didn't know there was paint there and that it should have been a painted box. But when he took it, the statue wasn't there. And then when he saw the statue get moved into place, the fatal flaw is that there's no statue in his photo. So did I just click too low? Does it have to be here or here? Why would this timestamp be wrong? The timestamp doesn't have a date on it, so it doesn't matter. The timestamp lines up with the crime. That benefits him. The box not having paint is confusing. I want to try this area again and just aim higher. I think I clicked over here. I think I just want to aim higher. Fuck me. If I'd been able to save, if I had been able to save beforehand, I thought about saving. That's the challenge. I thought about saving on the way to this, and instead I read through it. I should have saved before we got to this because I cannot access the save menu right now. That is obnoxious. So as far as I know, excuse me, I burped. So as far as I know, our options are try again with the statue, but aim a little higher. The box, because it doesn't have paint on it, even though that doesn't really tell us much. See, here's why I don't like this. Like, it's easy to say there's a fatal flaw, there's no paint. But like, if he faked this photo, he knew the paint was there. And we're talking about the statue, not the box, not the paint. We're talking about the statue. The fatal flaw is the same thing. Honestly, I'm kind of confused they're asking us again. Honestly, it... So it's either the statue itself not being there, it's that, or it's the timestamp. Why would the box not having paint be a fatal flaw? It would be because there's clearly paint there, but if he took the photo, he knew there was paint there. He knew that the urn was speckled. He knew that it was in a box that had paint on it. So this is just him being a moron and has nothing to do with the statue. Why would the timestamp be a fatal flaw? the timestamp is not a fatal flaw because it benefits his argument. It gives him an alibi that he was there at the time of the murder. I don't know. What do I do, Misfits? I want to roll back the tape. I want to roll back the tape to see if I clicked below the spot. Did I just click too low over here? Should I have clicked higher to account for the fact that the statue probably starts up here? I don't understand why the statue would be why the time would be a fatal flaw though, because the time benefits him. The time is literally his alibi. What does that have to do with the statue? There's a fatal flaw in the... Okay, so what we learned was the problem with the photograph is that something is supposed to be there that isn't. The statue is supposed to be there, right? Because the statue was there the night before. Now, the statue is moved by the morning and we don't know by who. So the issue with this photograph is that taken based on what we know, there should be a statue in it that isn't. And so then we say, well, there is a fatal flaw. That was why the statue had to get moved. The statue had to get moved because there was a fatal flaw in the photograph. But the fatal flaw is that the statue was in the photograph. Oh, fuck, Misfits. Let's think about it another way. The statue, the time, it can't be the box. The time. I have this sinking feeling that if I click to try to like aim higher with the statue, it's not gonna be right. Because I'm like 90% sure I clicked here. I don't think I clicked down here. I'm 90% sure I clicked here. Feel free to check my VOD, but I'm 90% sure I clicked here. So I don't think there's a difference between here and here. I think this should have worked because we know that the statue covered the paint. So in theory, anywhere that there's paint and even the gap here should have been covered by the statue. So why would the time be the fatal flaw? Because for all intents and purposes, if the statue was left there the night before, there's too much light? Why is there too much light? Oh, you're shooting in the dark. Well, I mean, if we assume the time is right, we don't know that the time is right, but if we assume the time is right, then based on the night before, when everyone left for the night, the statue was there. Which means at this time, the statue should have been there. So the fact that he chose the day he did and the time he did to steal it, that time indicates a statue should be here. So in order to make the time valid, He had to try and fake that the statue had never been there so that what people found in the morning would match up with what was in his photograph. Here's my issue with that, Lord Lightness. We have no basis. We have no framework for whether they keep lights on at night or not. We have no basis for if they have operational lights or if they turn everything off at the end of the night. So we don't know one way or the other if the lights should have been on or not. I'm gonna do a poll real quick. What do? Try the paint but higher, or try the time? This is a 1-minute poll, all right? If you can hear the sound of my voice, I want your opinion on this. Here's why I'm gonna be cranky, all right? Here's why I'm gonna be cranky. If the time is false, if the time is the fatal flaw because the time indicates the statue should have been there, that is the same exact thing as saying the statue is the fatal flaw because the statue should have been there. So to me, that is the most pedantic argument. Zuffins, didn't you say that? You said that like we've had cases in the past that have been weirdly sensitive about what you do. The time and the space where the statue should be are the exact same argument. They're just making me click something else for its own sake. And I think why that would confuse me is that the time benefits his argument that he was here and not at the security firm. So to me, saying, well, the time is the fatal flaw is a worse argument because the time corroborates his alibi than to say the space where the statue isn't is the fatal flaw. It feels like a 1-2 punch combo. Statue gone bad because time implies statue should be there. Remember the last time when they had something that should have been it, but it didn't work because they wanted something else that made no sense? Yeah. I'm gonna be so angry. Let's see. Try the time one, so let's try it. I think they want you to click the time because the argument is gonna be that the picture was from a different day. Yeah, that's my argument. But I think what I don't like about it is that the time already corroborates his alibi. That on the day of the crime, at 1 a.m., he was here and not across town. So that helps him, not hurts him, you know? So the bigger issue is that a statue is left there the night before and there's now no statue there. So to be like, there's a problem with this photograph. So what happened was we said there's a problem with this photograph. There's no statue in it. And so he had to move the statue out of the way because if he didn't, there was a fatal flaw. What's the fatal flaw? That there was no statue in it. But we'll try the time. Let's see. Take that. Naturally, the lie in the photo is the timestamp. Yeah, let's hear how they swing this shit. What do you mean? I'll tell you exactly what I mean. On the night in question, Luke Atme went to KB Security and murdered Kane Bullard. Therefore, it's obvious. It would have been impossible for him to have been at Lordley Taylor at this time. Yeah, see, bruh, that helps Luke Atme. That's not a fatal flaw, dude. That's his alibi. His alibi is that if he's in this photo at that time, he can't be across town. That helps his case. That's the alibi. That is not a fatal flaw. I am going to pee. I'm gonna scream. That is literally good for Luke Atme.
It would have been impossible for him to have been at Lordly Taylor at this time. What does that have to do with the statue being moved? Oh my god! I'm gonna take a break. I'll see you in 3 minutes. I need to go actually pee and, like, do 2 shots. I'll be right back. I'll see you in a second. That is what I'm saying! What does that have to do with this statue, you dumbass? I'll be right back. All right. Let's see how they spin this shit. Thank you for letting me take another break. I appreciate you. I'm so heated. I am so heated. Dude literally presents Luke Atney's alibi as a reason why there was a problem.
Yeah, the statue should have been in the photo, but that means that the lack of a statue is the fatal flaw, not the timestamp that corroborates his alibi. But what does that have to do with the statue being moved? Remember, if you will, Your Honor. When was this statue placed beside the warehouse door? I just started, Unknown! I just started! What? What? Give it to me. What do you got? I'm waiting. We're all waiting and staring and judging. Thank you for the bits, Unknown. Don't you see? It's because the photo proves he didn't do it. What the fuck did you just type? Holy shit. Didn't do tits that he did it. Do you see it was opposite? Didn't do it because the photo proves he didn't do it, that he did it. Hold on, wait, let's go. Don't you see? It's because the photo proved he didn't do tit, that he did it. Don't you see it was opposite day? The photo proves he didn't do it, that he did it. Thank you so much for that. Remember, when was the statue placed beside the warehouse door? Well, the statue was taken down to the warehouse on the day of the crime. And it was placed there in order to cover up the paint. Exactly. Luke Atney had already decided on the time he was going to kill the victim. And so, in order to create an alibi for that time, he took this picture days before the murder took place. What the?
Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. She was looking kind of dumb with her finger and her thumb in the shape of an L on her forehead. Well, the years start coming and they don't stop coming. Fed to the rules and I hit the ground running. Didn't make sense not to live for fun. Your brain gets smart, but your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to say.
So what's wrong with taking
Somebody
the back
once told me
streets?
the world is gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. She was looking kind of dumb with her finger.
Wait,
and her
why
thumb
is
in
it
the shape
starting
of an L on her
over?
Forehead. Well, the years start coming and they don't stop coming. Fed to the rules and I hit the ground running. Didn't make sense not to live
not
for
to
fun.
live
Your
for
brain
fun.
gets smart,
Your brain gets
but your
smart,
head
but
gets
your
dumb.
head
So
gets
much to
dumb.
do, so much to say.
So much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking the back streets? You never know if you don't go. You never shine if you don't do something. I don't know. You don't call your mother. All right. What were we talking about? Of course, the statue hadn't yet been brought down to the basement warehouse yet. Wait, what was that a response to? Right. He says, that statue was delivered the day before the crime, and it was placed on top of the paint to hide it. Right? And he says, exactly. So you took this picture days before the crime because you already knew exactly when you wanted it to take place.
Of course, the statue hadn't been brought down to the basement warehouse yet. Oh. So on the day of the crime, Mr. Atme must have been quite nervous. As nervous as a long-tailed cat in a rocking chair factory, so to speak. Why? Because something that wasn't supposed to be there had been brought down and placed where it wasn't supposed to be. And that is why Luke Atme had to move the statue on the night of the murder. Hey, Jerlin. He did it to make the room match the way it had been in his photo. Now, let me try it again. He did it to make the room match with the way it had been in his photo. Order! Order! Mr. Atme, is this true? One moment, Your Honor. Have you forgotten this? What is that? The data for the basement warehouse computer. According to this, the camera did indeed go off on the night of the crime. Objection! It's true that the camera had been set up by Lordly Taylor's staff. However, the program used to manage the data was yours. That alone would have allowed you to tamper with the data. Order! 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 Mr. Gatto, what is the meaning of this? Gatto, I warned you about making me wait. Now put that coffee down! My 11th cup. Undo. Oh no! Wait, I can't type. My keyboard isn't working. Oh, I got it. I saved it. Okay. Cool. Where's my camera, huh? Got it. Camera. I'm going to... What were we doing? This has been the most scuffed, interrupted fucking Ace Attorney stream I think I've ever done. I'm going to beat everybody up. Mr. Gatto, what is the meaning of this? For the last time, I've told you more than once not to keep me waiting. Put the coffee down! My 11th cup. I promised to drink no more than 17 during a trial. which means I'm still good to the last drop. However, the defense has a very good point. A good point. So what? We are all but travelers on a road of infinite points.
I think he got his points mixed up with his other points.
So you say this photograph was taken ahead of time? And that the statue was moved in order to make it match? It's a very interesting idea. However, there's one point that can't be denied. Which is that it's only a possibility. Men that are trapped by the chains of maybe can never reach their dreams.
That is very true. No way! Don't fall for that, Your Honor!
Hey! Mr. Damask!
Yes.
Wait, that's not his voice.
Yes. Yes?
If there's no funny business in your actions as Mask Damask, there should be no problem with you telling us your strategy. So let's hear it.
Yes, please provide this court with your testimony.
Hey, Rory.
About your plan to steal the sacred urn. I first received the request from Lordly Taylor about 20 days ago. The urn was placed in a box, and Zavari! It was then sent to the warehouse. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand. I then handled security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoothly. At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th.
Bullshit.
That's pretty much all stuff we've heard before, isn't it?
Yeah. But we will find the truth hidden in the nuggets, the new information.
Excuse me.
But we will find the truth hidden in the nuggets of new information he gave. Witness, you're sure there are no mistakes this time? Zavari.
Very well then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
I will save. Thank you. I think we can speedrun this one. I might lose, though.
I first received the request from Lordly Taylor about 20 days ago. The urn was placed in a box, and Zavari! It was then taken to the warehouse. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime.
That is bullshit.
Mr. Atme, if you really are Mask Damask, then you also wrote this calling card, correct? But of course. Is there a problem with that calling card? Allow me to read the passage on the calling card. From the calling card that Miss... Wow! Allow me to read the passage from the calling card that Mask Damask had written. Take good care of the speckled urn. Now the speckled here surely refers to this pink pattern on the sacred urn. Yes, that is true, but so what? Truth be told, there's no way that Mask Damask could have known about this pattern. What do you mean? This pink, spotted pattern on the urn is actually nothing more than paint stains. Paint stains? And these stains did not appear until after the urn had been taken to Lordly Taylor. I'm not finding this joke to be very funny, Mr. Trite. The day that sacred urn was taken to the warehouse.
No, look at her. Oh, baby.
The urn was broken due to human error. Or should I say, an error-prone human. And that's when the pink paint got on the urn. Ugh. You can't be serious. And yet this calling card clearly mentions the paint pattern. Which means Detective Atme had seen this urn long before the crime ever took place. In fact, he saw it when this fake photo was taken. And because this photo is fake, your alibi for the night of the murder no longer holds water. Witness, do you have anything to say for yourself? All right, that did it. He's broken.
Nick, I think it's still a little early for your victory pose.
Huh? Ha. It's so sad. No one has any conviction these days. Conviction, you say? Yesterday, we all decided unanimously that this man was masked a mask. And now we're calling him a murderer. You don't even think we're being a tad fickle?
That is a good point.
No way! Don't fall for that too, Your Honor! You say that Luke Atme was the one who killed Kane Bullard? Then let me ask you this. Why would he do that? An excellent point. Motive, Mr. Wright. Might you, my merry murderous motive manifest?
Nick, he's getting his second wind.
If he prepared an alibi and pinned his crime on Ron Delight, as you say, he must have had a very strong motive for murder. The only one with any motive we've seen is Ron Delight. Isn't that right, Detective? Indeed. According to my own research, the boy's motive is clear. Without a motive, it's nearly impossible to prove guilt in a murder case. Now then, maybe you can enlighten us as to what your maybe you can enlighten us as to what the defendant's motives were. I'd be honored to, Sir Oldtimer. They're doing everything they can to make Ron look suspicious. Despite our lack of hard information, this may be our only chance.
Motive for murder.
I, Luke Atme, had no point of contact with the victim whatsoever. Kane Bullard decided to investigate Mask to Mask and simply mistook who he was. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. And it was again Mr. Bullard who harbored a grudge against Mr. Delight for his betrayal. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believes he's Mask to Mask. That is why Mr. Delight saw it fit to kill Kane Bullard. Truly a tragedy. So the victim, Kane Bullard, blackmailed the defendant. This is the blackmail letter found in the defendant's apartment. A handwritten test confirms that Mr. Bullard was indeed the one who wrote the letter. Wrote the letter.
What?
Found in Ron Delight's room, written by Bullard. All right, this is updated, right? How are we liking this trial, Misfits? Are we enjoying this one?
Very well. Mr. Wright, begin your cross-examination.
I will. I know what we have to present, but I don't know when to present it. I have a theory. And my theory is that Ron Delight was not the one being blackmailed. Remember that red diamond? If you don't want your true identity revealed to the world, come to KB Security at 1 a.m. on October 12th and bring $50,000. If you don't, I'll take that red diamond you received the other day instead. Didn't we learn that this was some reward? Like some thank you that Luke Atme received for finding and returning one of the things that supposedly was stolen by Mask to Mask? So what if the blackmail was sent to Atme? And then he gave it to Ron to try to set Ron up. You know what would be insane? What if it wasn't Bullard that was manipulating Ron into doing crime? What if it's always been Atme? What if it's always been Atme? That would be crazy. That would be insane. They wouldn't do that. They couldn't do that, right? No, it has to be Bullard, because Bullard is the one that has the record of all of the stolen goods. But I don't think there was ever a red diamond in the stolen goods. I think that was a separate instance of blackmail being sent to Atme.
I, Luke Atme, had no points of contact with the victim whatsoever. And who in the world is going to prove that? I will. After doing a thorough background check of Detective Atme and Kane Bullard, we were unable to find any links between them. It's all in the report. Perhaps they were connected through their work? They were both involved in security. Nope. Now that was blunt. In any case, the only one with a motive was Mr. Delight. Kane Bullard decided to investigate Mask to Mask and simply mistook who he was. Mistook? That's right, mistook. From the Old Norse, mistaka, meaning to take in error. That's not what I meant. Just who did the victim mistake Mask to Mask to be? Why, the answer is obvious. Ron Delight, of course. Boy, I'd like to wipe that smug look off this guy's face. Why would the victim mistake the defendant for Mask to Mask? Don't you already know that? Zavari, take a look at this newspaper. Oh, that's the famous Tear of Emanon, a magnificent jewel. That photo shows a magnificent detective as well, does it not? Furthermore, it also shows an ugly guard, namely the defendant. The defendant? The victim clearly misread this article, and Zavari. He got the wrong impression. Have a good night, darling. The impression that this ugly security guard was in fact Mask to Mask. I see.
That was an unusually reasonable deduction. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. You mean this blackmail letter right here? It says bring $50,000. And the handwriting is without a doubt the victim's. There's no mistake. We have an official report to prove it. But I don't see an addressee on this letter anywhere. Yes! Yes, that's what I'm saying. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. Make yourselves at home. An addressee. This letter was discovered at Ron Delight's apartment. And Mr. Delight did show up at the designated place and time. The fact that there's no addressee is irrelevant. I wonder. What's up, Nick? I just had a thought. What if that blackmail letter wasn't meant for Mr. Delight? Whoa! Do you have any evidence of that? For some reason, I just can't shake the feeling that there's something not quite right about this blackmail letter. Well, everyone, are you quite satisfied? And it was again Mr. Bullard who harbored a grudge against Mr. Delight for his betrayal. What do you mean by that? Oh my, I was certain you were already aware. Zavari! KB Security has a lot of Wait a minute, I'm sorry. Did Luke at me just fourth wall trigger a flashback? Did he just use the power of space and time to trigger a fucking flashback? How? He wasn't here for this! I think we just witnessed magic. KB Security has a lot of security. I hate this sentence so much. The double security drives me crazy. KB Security has a lot of security info in all sorts of companies. And since I was a security team chief, I stole data from the company. Kane Bullard had yet to forgive young Mr. Delight. Which is why he sent him that letter upon mistakenly believing he was the thief. Here's a file that we discovered in Mr. Bullard's office. Evidence that Mr. Bullard was receiving money through blackmail. However, isn't this a bit odd? Why did the defendant pay Mr. Bullard the money? Even though he wasn't actually masked a mask. On that point, there was an unfortunate bit of chance. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believes he has masked a mask. Do you really think that story is gonna hold up? The assertion is not merely my own, I'm afraid. What do you mean? I have here a memo from Ron Delight. How? Why are we getting all this 11th hour evidence? This is insane. I have here a memo from Ron Delight's wife, Desiree Delight. Ronnie thinks he's masked a mask. Don't you feel sorry for him? Please don't think too badly of him. Ha! Well, Mr. Trite? Was he trying to act like Ms. Delight just now? Oh, wait. Wait a minute. I need this transcript. Let me find this transcript real quick. I need to try that again. I didn't know. Hold on. The stolen turnabout transcript? Wait. Wait. I know I can find it. Was he trying to act like Ms. Delight? Someone has to have transcribed this. Yes! Okay. Oh, come on, where is it? Where is it? Okay, got it. Cool. I have to try this real quick. Do you really think that story is gonna hold up? That assertion is not merely my own, I'm afraid. What do you mean? I have here a memo of Ron Delight's wife, Desiree Delight. Ronnie thinks that he's masked a mask. Don't you feel sorry for him? Please don't think too badly of him. Ha! Well, Mr. Trite, was he trying to act like Ms. Delight just now? I thought he was actually pretty convincing. That's why Mr. Delight saw fit to kill Kane Bullard. Truly a tragedy. Now that's just your imagination talking. Come now, Sir Lawyer. I'm afraid imagination isn't quite the right word for it. This is a deduction. The result of carefully applied reasoning. Can we hear that careful reasoning for ourselves? It's a long story and better saved for another time. Very well, another time. Those so-called long stories aren't usually that long. At least not in my experience. So you're gonna try to connect Detective Atme to Mr. Bullard, right? Yeah, that's right. Hopefully it won't require surgery either. In that case, you'll have to talk about the blackmail. It's true. Was that blackmail letter really intended for Ron? Since we don't have enough information, you should press him for more testimony. Maybe I'll be able to shake some of those contradictions loose that way. Okay. I'm gonna press this one again. You mean this blackmail letter right here? Sorry, the line was, Mr. Bullard was the one who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. You mean this blackmail letter right here? It says, bring $50,000. And the handwriting is without a doubt the victim's. There's no mistake. We have an official report to prove it. But I don't see an addressee on this letter anywhere. An addressee? This letter was discovered in Ron Delight's apartment. And Mr. Delight did show up at the designated place and time. The fact that there's no addressee is irrelevant. I wonder. What's up, Nick? I just had a thought. What if that blackmail letter wasn't meant for Mr. Delight? Whoa. Do you have any evidence of that? For some reason, I just can't shake the feeling that there's something not quite right about this blackmail letter. Well, everyone, are you quite satisfied? Do I do it? I think I have to try it. I hope this doesn't lose me the game right now. And sent it to Ron Delight. Let's take a look at it. Found in Ron Delight's room, written by Bullard. If you don't want your true identity revealed to the world, come to KB Security at 1 a.m. on October 12th and bring $50,000. If you don't, I'll take that red diamond you received the other day instead.
Objection!
Oh, thank God.
ask you a few questions, Detective Atme? Well, if it's just a few, I guess it's all right. When you said this letter was addressed to Ron Delight, I couldn't help but notice one major contradiction. Contradiction? I don't know where a walking contradiction like you gets off saying things like that. You're one to talk. At times like these, men are made to express themselves with their fists. Why don't you show us what you got there, Junior? Indeed. Time to man up, Mr. Wright. Show us the contradicting evidence in the content of the blackmail letter. Show us the contradicting evidence in the content of the blackmail letter. Wait, they want me to present something else. Well, it has to be this, right? Tear of Emanon, Jewel, Crown of Bongria, Left Hand of Hades, Portrait of Magina. Show us the contradicting evidence. See, I kind of wanted them to ask what part of the letter. But the contradicting evidence in the content of the blackmail letter, I think it's this. Take that! Please. Ha! A little 2-1 punch like that wouldn't even faze me. Objection! I think you mean 1-2 punch. I don't think that was it. I don't think that was it, you guys. Why don't you show us what you got there, Junior? Indeed. Time to man up, Mr. Wright. Show us the contradicting evidence in the content of the blackmail letter. The contradicting evidence. Okay, so maybe I have to present it and then they'll ask what part? Ha! A little 2-1 punch like that wouldn't even faze me. Objection! I think you mean 1-2. Show us the contradicting evidence. All right. Show us the contradicting evidence in the content of the blackmail letter. So we need to find something, obviously, that contradicts. If you don't, I'll take that red diamond you received the other day instead, right? So... if you don't want your true identity revealed to the world, come to KB Security. If you don't, I'll take that red diamond you received the other day instead. Do they want the newspaper clipping? Wait, wasn't this weeks ago? Do they want me to point out that there's a picture of a blue jewel? Oh, Eleanor, shut up. No, that might be what they're asking for. But that's not the other day. That's like weeks ago. That's like weeks ago. The other day. I'm assuming the red diamond is the one on Luke's hand. And that it was a letter addressed to Luke. And if we're trying to prove that there's contradicting evidence that implies that this wasn't meant to go to Ron, then demonstrating that the gem Ron stole isn't red, I guess works? But wasn't that weeks ago? We don't have the dates anymore. I swear it was weeks ago. If it's the other day, I mean, let's try it.
No, I'm not denying that. I'm just saying that, like, the time frame doesn't add up. This was weeks ago. He lost his costume. He had to make a brand new costume. So a record of all of his heists seems more useful than a newspaper clipping that is not lining up with the dates mentioned in the blackmail letter. Unless it's just another case of this case being kind of dumb. I guess we could show off the newspaper clipping as a way of saying he got this letter like 2 nights ago. We have no idea when the newspaper clipping was made. It was just about his first heist. The purpose... We don't know when... We know that the blackmail letter was sent like 2 nights ago. Presumably. He received it and he went. Because he'd been getting multiple blackmails. So supposedly, he's been... From Damask's second heist on, he was stealing as directed by blackmail letters, right? If the first heist, how do you know when the first heist was? Where does it say that? The heist in this is October 12th, and this is his 5th heist, supposedly. And in that time, he's had to completely remake his costume because he lost it. I guess they could be using the other day. So I guess the purpose in sharing the newspaper clipping would be to say, out of all of the things that Mask to Mask has stolen, he's only stolen 1 gem and it wasn't red. It's just the other day is strange. Like, to me, it's much more contradicting evidence to point out the actual list of all of his heists, not a single one. Because the single one comes with an implication. And this game usually hates implications. This is a definitive list of everything he's stolen that is implication-free. Let's try the article, though. This case is bad. This case is bad. The story is good. This is the most Swiss cheese fucking holy fucking stupid case ever. This case has had so many moments like this where the way they're asking for something doesn't line up with the evidence, and this game is usually smarter than this. I don't know what happened in this case, but the way this case was adapted is so incredibly unclear on what they're asking for. Oh, this case. No, here's the thing. And maybe this is where we're going to go with this. Luke Atney received a red ring. He was given it as a thank you for returning a piece of stolen, the stolen treasure from one of Ron's previous heists. He returned the painting. He received the gem, and I guarantee that's what we're about to prove. Nobody uses the word receiving as a synonym for stole. That comes with its own implication. That comes with an implication that the person writing the blackmail letter is masking the word stole and saying receiving instead because, you know, implying that he's a thief could somehow be incriminating. So I guess you could make an argument, if you really want to go out on a limb, you could make an argument that he's like, if you don't give me money, I'll reveal your identity to the world. If you don't have the money, bring that gem you received the other day. Big air quotes, received the other day. But that's another implication. And this game usually hates assumptions. It usually has to be on the nose to work. And almost every time in previous cases, when I've made a logical jump like that, I'm wrong. It's so weird that in this case, suddenly we're making logical deductions, like logical leaps based on implications all over the place. I am going to, this case is going to live in infamy as the one that so far has pissed me off the most. Take a good look at this newspaper clipping. It contains a picture of the Tear of Emanon, the stolen jewel. What about it? The problem is this jewel's color. Color?
I'm not much for discussing color myself. According to the clipping, the color of the stolen jewel was blue. However, in the blackmail letter, a totally different jewel is mentioned. I'll take that red diamond you received the other day. Red? Which means the red diamond described in the blackmail letter is not the tear of Emanon that Mask to Mask stole at all.
Objection!
And your point is, Mr. Trite? So you're trying to say that this blackmail letter was intended for someone else? That's what you're trying to say, right, Trite? That is what you're trying to say, right, Mr. Wright?
Well, that is what you're trying to say, right, Nick?
Yes. What the fuck, you guys? This is who Kane Bullard was actually blackmailing.
Take that!
Naturally, it was you, Detective Atme. Do you have some sort of basis for this claim? You've been personally involved in every single Mask to Mask case. And in the last case, you recovered what was stolen and received a jewel as your reward. A jewel? Probably the one wrapped conspicuously around your finger. That red diamond ring. That is the diamond referred to in the letter. Which means that Kane Bullard wrote that letter in order to blackmail you. Order! Order in the court! Order, I say. It seems you've gone too far with your childish pranks, Mr. Trite. Uh-oh. I don't like the way he said that. Kane Bullard blackmailing Luke at me? Are you for real? Yes, I am.
Nick, come on, stand up to him.
Then answer me. Answer me this. The blackmail letter contains the following passage. If you don't want your identity revealed to the whole world. Yes, it certainly does. Kane Bullard threatened to make Luke Atme's identity public knowledge. An identity he wanted to keep a secret. So just what was that identity? Atme killed Kane Bullard because he was afraid of his secret becoming known. What was the identity he wanted to keep secret?
This is what it all comes down to, Nick. A fraud. A fraud. A fraud. A fraud. A blackmailer.
The identity that Luke Atme wanted so desperately to keep secret was his identity as a blackmailer. As a blackmailer. Because Bullard... Okay. Hear me out. Hear me out. Kane Bullard runs a security firm, right? His security firm is loaned out all over the city to protect high-value items. Mask to Mask has been stealing all that shit, right? Kane Bullard has a giant file of every single thing that's been stolen and a price next to it, which we thought was probably the price he was fetching on the black market because Bullard was blackmailing Ron DeLite. and forcing Delight to commit crimes after he probably saw on some security camera that Ron missed that Ron was mask to mask and started blackmailing his own former employee. Wrong. Wrong. Kane Bullard runs a security firm that loans out security all over the city, and that security has been fucking it up because Mask to Mask keeps stealing shit out from under them. Probably because Mask to Mask used to work for that security firm and knows exactly how they operate, so he can slip in and out behind their back all the time forever. So because they're being held liable and their reputation is going down the shitter because they've now been taken advantage of and robbed, essentially, their clients have been robbed by Mask to Mask, Kane Bullard is putting together an evidence list of all of the assets that his firm was protecting that was lost because of Mask to Mask. He's tracking the thefts and the values, or at least the insurance values, because those were his clients and those are treasures that his firm was supposed to be protecting with security detail. The real blackmailer is Luke Atmey, who at some point was enough of an ace detective after that very first crime to figure out that it was Ron. And rather than turn him in, rather than make sure he was arrested, rather than see him brought to justice, right? He starts blackmailing Ron Delight, forcing him to commit more crimes. He's a smart enough guy. No one's saying Luke is stupid. Luke came up with this master plan to get away on Double Jeopardy. Luke's smart, he's just a scoundrel. So he manipulates Ron into committing all of these crimes, sells the shit on the black market, sends Ron back a paycheck. He's a blackmailer. Eventually, Kane Bullard, who's in the middle of his own investigation, trying to figure out how Mask to Mask keeps slipping by them, right? Realizes that Luke is part of it, and because Kane Bullard is a, jackass, he blackmails the blackmailer. Because we already know that Kane Bullard made his riches doing shady shit. Fucking guarantee it, let's see. The identity that Luke Atmey wanted so desperately to keep secret was his identity as Luke Atmey was a blackmailer. Hey now, isn't that a little different from what you've been saying? You said Kane Bullard was the one blackmailing Luke Atmey. Are you saying that Atmey was blackmailing someone else on top of that? You have to admit, that does sound a little odd.
It's not odd. It's the only thing that makes sense. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atmey. But Ron Delight was also being blackmailed by a certain someone. So did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident?
Yes, just a few days after the Tear of Emanon heist. After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. I received plans from some very kind person. Incredibly detailed plans.
Detailed plans? In which case, that would mean that Ron Delight was actually Mask to Mask.
And because Luke Atmey has situated himself as the main ace detective trying to hunt down Mask to Mask, he's probably frequently hired to help run security detail. He can case the whole place and send the plan, essentially making an unwitting accomplice of Ron. In which case, that would mean that Ron Delight was actually Mask to Mask. That is what we're claiming. Someone else came up with the plans and had Mr. Delight steal his targets for him. And that someone was none other than Luke Atmey.
Shh! Silence!
Now I see.
It's all becoming clear. What is? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Careless, with the tendency to jump to conclusions. Am I wrong? How did you... You say that I, Luke Atme, was blackmailing Ron Delight? In which case, I would naturally know all about his relation to Mask to Mask. Well, yes. Ron Delight started receiving plans from his second crime onward, correct? Which means I learned of his identity when he committed the first crime. Good point. You certainly couldn't have blackmailed him otherwise. In that case, let's see some hot, bitter evidence. During the first crime, how did Luke Atme know that Ron Delight was Mask to Mask? It's the article, right? Huh. It's gotta be the article, right? Because the guard in the photo is Ron Delight, and Luke Atme was on the scene with him. We know that Ron had to stash his costume and pose as a security guard, and Luke was there. This was the moment he would have discovered him, right? It has to be this, right? During the first crime, how did Luke Atme know that Ron Delight was Mask to Mask? Sent before the heist, the emblem is top secret. The warehouse camera once again went off, mask knocked out near the floor, photo of the storm entrance, found in Ron Delight's room, found at security, Ron's wallet, shot of Mask to Mask striking a pose, found in the shadow of a me-faced statue, looks like it was torn off some clothing. Time of death, 10:12 at 1 a.m. Guard in the photo is Ron Delight. It has to be the clipping. It has to be the clipping. Oh God, please be right. Take that! I think I see it. See what? When you were in grade school. Oh my God, we're reversing it. Oh my God, we're throwing it back in his face. I think I see it. See what? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Gets into lots of mischief, trying to be the center of attention. What do you mean? This newspaper clipping. It has a picture of you and Ron Delight in this guard uniform. It seems that Mask to Mask didn't just disappear into thin air. He just took off his outfit and hid it in a bucket. That sounds far too stupid to be true. Oh my God, this is the screenshot. This is it. This is the screenshot. I'm saving this. This is amazing. That sounds far too stupid to be true. Correct. With tricks like that, he couldn't fool a baby, let alone an ace detective. And that's when you figured it out, Mr. Atme. That's when you learned that under his mask, Mask to Mask was actually Ron Delight. What the? Wasn't he supposed to be Mask to Mask? Not only that, it looks like he wasn't even an ace detective. I can't believe it. He was just a slimy blackmailer. What a fraud, trying to pass himself off as an ace detective. Why you? How dare you expose me like that? Why I mean, I've never blackmailed anyone in my life. I'm a famous and proud ace detective, and also mask to mask. Why can't you understand that? I'm afraid you're neither a proud thief nor an ace detective. You're a blackmailer and a murderer. That's your true identity. Why you? How dare you imply that I could have fallen such to lowly depths? You yourselves with that big mouth of yours. I say none of you can compare to my genius. I'm so real, so go and desecrate me, commemorate me, lock me up and throw away the key. It's enough to make me laugh. It's enough to make anyone laugh. It's truly a tragedy.
I had to make up half of that. It went too fast. I didn't know what the lines were. I just improvised.
It would seem we finally arrived at the real answer. That was quite a performance by Mr. Atme. Bailiff, please prepare a cell for Mr. Atme.
Objection!
What the fuck does he want now? Dude! The hammer that strikes too fast has no time to aim. What do you mean? I'm already prepared to deliver my ruling. Allow me to say one thing. I will be the one to judge.
I'm sorry. Hello? Why is my computer losing its mind? I'll be right back with you in just a second. My stream deck is losing its screen. Okay, my stream deck has crashed. That's fun. All right. Well, that means no more music. Oh no. My computer's in the middle of a blue screen this whole stream. All right, no more stream deck, I guess. Ooh. Cool.
I'm gonna say this one more time. I will be the one to judge. You don't get much more in your face than that. It appears that your claws weren't quite sharp enough, Mr. Trade. What are you... It's true you've proven a lot of things. Things like Luke Atme was a filthy blackmailer. And that he wasn't at Lordly Taylor the night of the murder. That's right. That's why he's the one who killed Mr. But there's still one thing you have yet to prove.
What is that?
Just because he wasn't at the warehouse doesn't mean he was at the murder scene. Therefore, if you can't prove that this pitiful excuse for a man was at KB Security, then I don't see how a verdict can be delivered.
No. No way!
Order! Order in the court! Well, Mr. Wright, that's it. I've heard enough. Bailiff, whack his pee-pee. Who's pee-pee, Your Honor? Both of them! Thank you, Moldy Lemmy.
Why is my stream deck completely broken? Please come back to me. Please come back to me. My fucking stream deck has fucking shit the bed. I'm so happy. Give me 1 second to just try to reset this. Is it because it's so hot in this room? Who knows? Oh, are we back? Hey, we're back, baby! All right, cool.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is it. This is the final round.
Thank you for bearing with me with the technical difficulties tonight. I realize that this has interrupted the story more than once between memes and technical difficulties, but I hope you're having fun with me tonight. I hope you're having fun with this weird, silly-ass stream.
This is it. This is the final fight. I've got to prove that Atme was at Mr. Bullard's office on that night.
But can you really prove that?
That's long enough, Mr. Trite. I want to hear your answer. That night, Luke Atme was at KB Security, and the defense...
Oh, fuck me. I mean, I have to be able to prove it, right? Right? I have to be able to prove it. I have to be able to prove it. I've got to try, right?
The defense can prove it. With evidence. Are you sure? Ha! Don't you worry. I'll watch over you as you break down and fall to pieces. Very well then, let's see this proof. Proof that Luke Atme was at KB Security that night.
I might be in too deep. I might be in too deep. Am I really? You can't say this is the final fight and then have no fucking evidence. Right? Could it be the blackmail letter again? Right?
If you don't, your identity will be revealed to the world. He had to show up. His entire reputation was at stake. Right? He had to. For the same reason that people have been arguing that Ron had to when we thought this was delivered to Ron. He has something incredibly important at stake. He had to show up. He had to.
Take that! This is the proof. It's true. That is very important. However, I'm not so foolish as to think it'll pass for evidence here. Mr. Trite? I guess it might not have been that! Let's back the fuck up!
Let's try can't prove it. That's such a bad thing to say at this point.
That night, Luke Atme was at KB Security. And the defense? I can't prove it. Just as I thought. But if we hear more of Detective Atme's testimony.
Objection!
Unfortunately, that's as far as you go, Mr. Trite. What do you mean? I won't allow for any more testimony. That's what I mean.
What?
Have you forgotten? Luke Atme's here after we interrupted his own trial. And you have failed to prove that he committed the murder. I think it's time for this witness to return to his own trial.
I don't like how this is going, but it's sounding better.
And face his guilty verdict as mask to mask.
No.
Well, now, Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end after all. I am the ace detective, as well as mask to mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Rhonda Lights will verify that he's the true murderer. I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness.
I'm so close to being out of steam, but I think we can make it.
Order! Order in the court! That's enough deliberation over this witness.
I can't believe this. At this rate, Ron is... Don't give up now, Nick. We still have tomorrow. We can look for more evidence and...
By then it'll be too late.
Huh? Why?
Double jeopardy. One of the basic rules of any court of law.
Double jeopardy?
Should a defendant be tried and found innocent in court, that defendant cannot be tried again for the same crime. This is a fundamental rule of all courts. And it applies to this witness as much as it applies to anyone else. Mr. Atme will be found guilty in a matter of minutes. Guilty as mask to mask, which means he will be innocent as far as the murder of Kane Bullard is concerned.
No way.
The fact that you were unable to prove Mr. Atme's guilt of that crime here means that he will never again be tried as Kane Bullard's murderer.
Ah! We haven't seen this sprite since the last game. Oh, there's nothing I can possibly do to win. Even if Ron is proclaimed to be innocent. The real killer, Luke Atme, will go free.
You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. And as long as there is no testimony, no more testimony, I'm afraid I have to declare that there will be no further questioning of this witness. Are there any objections? Drinking coffee. Then I hereby end the cross-examination of Luke Atme. Who is that? Who is that? Who is that? Who is that? Who is this? Who is this? Whose objection is that? Is this Mia? Is it Mia? Is it Franziska? I don't think that's Franziska's objection. Maybe Mia? I'm gonna try Mia. We'll cross our fingers. I think I see it. Your Honor, when you were a child, this is what was on your report card every year. Has poor hearing and often makes mistakes as a result. How did you? Phoenix, raise your head up high. Have you forgotten what I used to tell you? A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. That voice. No way. Long time no see, Phoenix. Mia! This is the true power of the Kurain channeling technique. I know that it's really Maya who's standing before me. But right now, she's my mentor, Mia Fey. Now, let's do this. But there's nothing more we can do, Mia. Without any more testimony, I can't cross-examine. Not yet. The testimony's not over yet. What do you mean? Your Honor, just now you said something very interesting. You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. Yes, that is true, but... Unfortunately, Your Honor, you're forgetting something. Earlier, after the last cross-examination, this witness made a number of remarks. Well now, Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end after all. I am the ace detective, as well as Mask to Mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Rhonda Lights will verify that he's the true murderer. I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness. Yes, but these comments appear to have no importance whatsoever. Very well, then we shall prove their importance via cross-examination. At any rate, as long as the witness has made these remarks, we, the defense, assert our right to question them. This is the weirdest fucking long game play I have ever seen in my life. How the fuck is this gonna work? Is that all right with you, prosecutor? Is something the matter, Gatto? Nothing. Oh, Sir Lawyer, it looks like you're one step too late. If you think such falsehoods will do anything to me, Luke, let's hear it. Huh? It's true that the witness made some remarks. So then, let's hear this last bit of cross-examination. Mr. Gatto,
What are you?
Very well then, Mr. Luke Atney. I'm going to allow the defense to cross-examine your earlier remarks. The defense would like to hear why you declared the defendant to be the true murderer. So please, give us one last bit of testimony. Phoenix, this is it. This is our absolute last chance.
Yes, Chief.
And on that note, we are going to come back to this in 3 minutes. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to quickly reheat some water because I'm going to tell you, I'm kind of dying right now. We're so close to the end. I want to wrap it, but I need to take like 5 minutes, rest my voice, get some more hot water. So I'll see you in just a couple minutes and we will continue, okay? If you need to use the restroom, stretch your legs, go for it. I'll see you in a few.
All right. Let's finish this thing. The final testimony. Here we go. Indeed. It is true I was not at Lordly Taylor. I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph readied. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron Delight. And thanks to the keycard and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. And the blackmail letter, the victim just likely mistook the color of the jewel. Zavari! Therefore, all the evidence points to that poor boy. I'm sorry. All we wanted to do was just pick apart his final statements about how he's an ace detective. And he has just made his own deductions about the entire case. Insane. His testimony actually seems to hold up pretty well. The witness's earlier remarks do not appear to have been hastily prepared. All of his points have been explained, and none of them seem to contradict anything. But of course. But how did you know about the emergency buzzer?
Wait, is the judge about to get us our W?
The police investigation documents went directly through me. And I always look over the documents. It's elementary, Sir Lawyer. Are you gonna make even more trouble for us now, Sir Lawyer? I will not allow any of your usual shenanigans, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. We cannot postpone Luke Atmey's trial any longer. This is your last chance.
Well, hang on a second. Just one chance.
Seems that the party's about to begin. Well, Phoenix,
There isn't any evidence that contradicts with that testimony.
so it would seem.
What do you mean, so it would seem?
Listen, Phoenix. Pointing out contradictions doesn't always mean you have to present evidence, does it? At any rate, this is our last chance. If you can't point out a case-breaking contradiction, you lose. That's all there is to it. Cup number 17. The last cup. It seems like the time has come to put an end to this trial. I have to find a fatal contradiction in this testimony. And I need to point it out without presenting evidence. Which means all I can do is find the contradictory remark and press it. Remember, you only get one chance. Very well then, Mr. Wright. You may begin your final cross-examination. Jesus Christ. How the fuck are we gonna do this? Indeed. It is true that I was not at Lordly Taylor. I don't think we can press anything other than one thing, Misfits. I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. No, wait! No! Stop it!
Objection!
I pressed it by accident! I pressed it by accident! I pressed it by accident! It won't let me open the menu! It won't let me open the menu! Let me open the menu, you piece of shit! Oh no! Oh, stop drinking it so fast. No, god damn it. Hold on. Stop it. Stop it. This didn't happen. Hello. Hi, welcome. I don't know, it's so weird. The game just completely crashed out. I know that you can still hear it, but don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't even, just, I don't know what, it's weird. There's just making sounds. Like, God, what the hell is that, you guys? The game just crashed for some reason. Certainly, not because I put in an incorrect input and wasn't allowed to go back, right? Surely that couldn't have happened. See, we're right back here in testimony. All right. Wow. Okay, this game isn't fucking around. Indeed. It is true I was not at Lordly Taylor. I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. I'd known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph readied. How did you know about the date beforehand? How did you know about the date beforehand? My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron Delight. And thanks to the keycard and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. We know about this because he said he looked over all the evidence. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. He also explained this by saying he looked over all the evidence. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. And the blackmail letter, the victim just likely mistook the color of the jewel. Zavari! Therefore, all the evidence points to that poor boy. Shit, dude. Thank you for the follow. What could it... You don't want your true identity revealed to the world? Come to KB Security at 1 a.m. on October 12th and bring $50,000. If you don't, I'll take that red diamond you received the other day instead. Found in Ron Delight's room, written by Bullard. The only thing I can think of, off the top of my head, it was true I was not at Lordly Taylor. I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. Okay, let's go through them one at a time. It's true I was not at Lordly Taylor. Fine. He had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. Who cares? I'd known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph readied. This is the one thing. This is the one thing I think I need to press. Because didn't he get the blackmail? How would he have known about the date? I had to leave. I had this photograph ready. I'd known about the date beforehand, so I had this. Oh no, the date of. See, here's the thing. What date is he talking about? The date. I know about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph ready. My brilliant deduction is what informed me that the true culprit was Ron Delight. And thanks to the keycard wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. Okay. Indeed, I was not at Lordly Taylor. Fine. I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. Who knows? I'd known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph readied. This is the one, honestly. Because if he claims... So basically what he's saying is he knew about the date, right? That... Let's think this through. He's claiming he's masked a mask. He's claiming he stole the urn. He's claiming he had nothing to do with KB Security or the murder of Kane Bullard. So if he had nothing to do with KB Security, he wasn't at KB Security, he didn't commit murder, that had nothing to do with him, it was irrelevant to him, right? And he goes on to say, my deduction from looking through the evidence, because he's now said he got access to all the evidence. So there's no such thing as how did you know that, right? How did you know about this? My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron Delight. Thanks to the keycard and wallet, which he knows from looking at the evidence, pre-trial, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? Because it was clearly pressed by the killer. The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. And the blackmail letter, the victim just clearly mistook the color of the jewel. Zavari, therefore, all the evidence points to that poor boy. Wait a minute. This also. Why would the killer sound the alarm? So here are the two things I want to press. Why would the killer have sounded the alarm if there were only two people? If it was only the two of them, why would he kill this dude and then sound the alarm? Who would that benefit and why? How would that benefit him at all? And the other question is, I'd known about the date beforehand, so I had readied this photograph. Here's the other thing. If he readied the photograph, why? Why did he need to get caught? Why did he need to prove? That's the other question. Why did he ready a photograph in the first place if he had nothing to do with the other location? And if all he was doing was stealing the urn, why would he need to create evidence proving he was there? Those are the two things I want to press. If he truly had nothing to do with KB Security, why did he need to fabricate evidence in the first place? What could his motive have possibly been to fabricate evidence? If he's confessing to fabricating a photograph and not simply being caught on camera. Like, I had to leave, right? I was not at Lordly Taylor. I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. I'd known about the date beforehand, so I readied a photograph. Did he know about the date of the blackmail and deduce that it could have been tied to him, so he created evidence proving he was the thief to avoid suspicion of murder that he had nothing to do with? And if he wasn't at Lordly Taylor, and he didn't have anything to do with the murder, why did he have to steal it that night instead of literally any other night? So this statement makes no sense at all. Brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit is Ron DeLite is useless. Thanks to the keycard and wallet. So now the keycard was found by Larry and was delivered straight to Nick. But it definitely made it into evidence, I think. And he stated he had full access to all the evidence because all the evidence went through him on the way to the prosecutor's office. So he knows about the wallet that was found and he knows about the key card that was used, so that's useless. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. Let's double check that evidence. Connected to the basement security guard office, there are no fingerprints on it. Fine. But we know that it was sounded. Now this is an interesting one. Right, the buzzer was discovered, the buzzer having sounded once was discovered by Larry Butts, and it was discovered after day one of the trial. But he did already confess to the judge. The judge almost got him trapped, said, how do you know about that buzzer? That was only presented today, you weren't here. And he says that, again, all the evidence passes through him. So he looked over the evidence, he deduced that the buzzer only sounded once. It didn't have any fingerprints on it because the killer did it. So that's my other question. The last oddity is, why was Mr. DeLite wearing a mask-to-mask outfit if the assertion is that Atme is mask-to-mask? But that could still get written off as he's a delusional fanboy who thinks he's mask-to-mask and probably made his own costume. But that is also a potential. That is also a potential, is the notion of, like, if you claim that you are the one and only true mask-to-mask, then why would he have a costume on? But actually, how did he know that Mr. DeLite was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit? Atme triggered a weird flashback before by the power of Grayskull, where we learned that Ron had been fired for stealing data from his old security firm. And that's reasonable that he might have known that, because he is a private investigator and he's a detective. So it's not unreasonable that he could have investigated and learned why Ron DeLite was fired. And it might just be a bit of a misdirection that, like, we heard it as a flashback because Atme wasn't there for that flashback, so that might just be a little bit of weird game design. But why? How does he know that DeLite was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit? Unless he was there. Because Ron did say that he was wearing his outfit. But he said it today, in trial, while Atme was in the other courthouse. It was in the other courtroom. So there's no feasible way. Ron hasn't been back up to the stand since Atme got into the room. I don't think it's been brought up. So I don't think that there's any feasible way how Atme would have known that DeLite was in his mask-to-mask outfit unless he saw him there. Because he was there. I think that might be it.
think that might be it. Hope that's it. I'm fucking shaking in my boots right now. Mr. Atme, about this last remark.
Objection!
You still don't get it, do you, Trite? This isn't the time to be pressing the witness on every little statement. I'm afraid you're the one who still doesn't get it, Mr. Gatto. What? Mr. Atme, it seems you finally admitted that you were in the CEO's office on the night of the murder. How can you say that? Let's review your testimony, shall we? The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit. Is that correct? Indeed. That's what I said. My deductions are absolutely foolproof. More like your deductions prove that you're a fool. I'm sorry. Whatever do you mean? For some reason, I'm starting to get really thirsty. When exactly did we learn the fact that Ron Delight was dressed as Mask to Mask when he went to the scene of the crime? That was... It was just a few hours ago. Back when my sixth cup was looking at me with a cold stare. Welcome, Raiders. Huh? Oh, did I forget to mention it before? I'm sorry. I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. That's right. The defendant had yet to tell anyone else this fact before this morning. Therefore, the only people who should know are those who have been watching this trial. Do you understand now, Detective Atme? There's no way that you should have known about that. Yeah! You were in the next courtroom, being tried as Mask to Mask. So then enlighten us. Just how did you know about that piece of information? Well, Oh, come on! This detective must have known about it. He probably had plenty of chances to find out beforehand. Objection! And it's those chances that I want to discuss next. That night, Mr. Delight was wearing his Mask to Mask outfit. There is one and only one way for Detective Atme to have found that out. Only one way, you ask? What one way, you say? Please recall, if you will, Mr. Delight's testimony. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. For a second, my client witnessed the real killer.
Objection!
But Mr. Delight never saw his attacker. So there's no way to tell whether or not the real killer was Luke Atme. Objection! It's with that statement that I'll turn this case on its head. Just what are you implying? Mr. Delight saw the real killer, correct? Now, if you turn that statement around, it stands to reason that the real killer had also seen Ron Delight. Impossible.
Detective Atme, you saw Mask to Mask at the murder scene that night. You saw him when you killed Kane Bullard and assaulted Ron Delight. That was the only way you could have known what Ron was wearing.
What is happening? What is happening? Oh no, he's erupting!
Take a good look, everyone! Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one myself! Here I am, the tragic clown! That's the same line you gave yesterday. But I think there's a little more meaning behind it this time. Oh, there's more. That would be a better way to end it.
He's morbing.
Welcome, welcome, Raiders, by the way. Hello, hello. Well, what an awfully complicated incident. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atme, who was in turn blackmailing Ron Delight. And upon killing his blackmailer, Luke Atme tried to frame Ron Delight. He then claimed to be guilty as Mask to Mask in order to escape his true crime. And to that end, he came up with a plan. To use the double jeopardy rule when making his alibi.
Who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is this?
Is this? Who 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 is this? Is this? It's gotta be Ron. It's gotta be Ron. It's either Ron or Desiree. I think it's Ron. They're gonna speak over him again. At any rate, it would seem we've finally found the truth.
Excuse me.
I came perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man. Besmirching him with the title of murderer.
Don't ignore me!
Oh, I didn't realize you were there. Why wouldn't he be?
About the verdict.
I know. You never committed any murder.
That's right. I'm so glad you understand that, but I really am Mask to Mask!
Huh?
So, thanks to that trial yesterday, I'm innocent now, right? What was it you said? Double jeopardy.
Now that you mention it, I've been careless. Careless? What do you think, Mia? As the defendant says, the rule of double jeopardy is absolute. A defendant can never be tried quite. Holy shit, English. It's as he says, the rule of double jeopardy is absolute. The defendant can never be tried twice for a crime in which he was once found innocent. Then, Mask to Mask is really innocent? It would seem so. For now. For now? Now then, this court finds the defendant. Yes, let's go.
Oh, it's been almost 8 hours, but we made it. Boy, this is really lucky. No, this isn't so good after all. You see, the thing is, I still am Mask to Mask after all, and I did commit those crimes, but now I'm not being held accountable. Does that somehow make me less of a thief? I don't really know the rules. Is there any precedent for this?
October 14th,
3:35 p.m., District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. You did it, Phoenix. Thanks, Mia. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Yeah. It's because Maya doesn't call on me much these days. Oh. I'm just joking, Phoenix. Don't take everything so seriously. But on the other hand, Maya, she seems kind of torn these days. You mean about becoming the master of the Korean channeling technique? The master of the Korean channeling school? Becoming the master means saying goodbye to our mother. Misty Faye, right? Watch over her, will you, Phoenix? Of course. Well then, see you around. Mia.
Mr. Wright. I don't know what to say.
Congratulations, Mr. Delight.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. No, wait. Nothing really matters anymore, though, now that all of this has happened. And chances are Desiree's gonna leave me once she finds out that I've been a criminal, and honestly, I'm not even sure people believe that. Really, the more you think about it, oh wait, are you not listening to me anymore? Come on, just be happy already.
Maya, you've been cleared of all murder charges and got off as mask to boot.
But in exchange, I've lost everything.
Huh? What do you mean?
Stealing security information from KB Security? Becoming mask to mask? I did it all for one reason. For her.
You mean your wife, Desiree?
She hates criminals more than anything.
Come to think of it, she was once held hostage by some robbers, wasn't she?
She always said how she hated sneaky criminals. I knew that. But once I got fired from KB Security and lost all the money I had, she wouldn't have any reason to stay with me. I thought she would leave me for sure.
Hey, Mr. Zim, Shadowwing, welcome. Brendan, welcome. So that's why you became mask to mask?
Yes, but it's all over now. A broken bowl can never be put back together.
But that's not true, right, Nick?
Right. Really? Can things go back the way they were?
You'll be fine, and Nick can prove it.
I can? I kind of wish you'd check with me first.
Mr. Delight. Mr. Delight. Even if a bowl is broken, there's always a way to put it back together.
Take that! The sacred urn. Desi was the one who found this.
Desiree, your wife. She always believed you, Ron. She always believed in you, Ron. That's why you'll be fine. You don't have to worry about anything.
Oh, there you are.
Ms. Delight.
You did it, Ronnie. You're innocent. Oh, I'm so happy. Thank you. I appreciate that. But, I suppose you don't want any more to do with me, do you?
Ronnie. Why didn't you talk to me about what was going on? I had no idea you quit KB Security. I never imagined that you were really mask to mask either. Miss Delight, what are you gonna do now that you know? You're not gonna really leave him, are you? Oh, come on. It's obvious, isn't it? How could I ever let a wonderful man like him get away? After all, my bike's really fast. So fast that there's no way he could ever get away. Didn't you say that you hated criminals? Oh, I only hate people who act all cowardly and sneaky. Like that detective. I see. My Ronnie went in and declared his crimes before he committed them, like a man. I just love a man who's so chivalrous. Let me try that again. I just love a man who's so chivalrous. Chivalrous? I knew I was right about you. Every day I spent with you is filled with thrills and excitement.
Desi.
Desiree, you really do love Ron, don't you? Nicky boy. Oh, yeah? I'm really glad I asked you to defend my Ronnie. Thank you so much. I'll never forget what you've done for us. Oh, well, take care of yourself. You too, Nicky boy.
I can feel my face going red.
Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya, congratulations! Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Talk about bad timing.
Mr. Nick, how could you? With another man's wife in front of Mystic Maya!
No, you've got it all wrong.
I'll never forgive you, ever, ever!
So, just as the case came to a close, so too did my consciousness. Ron said, a broken bowl can never be put back together. But I know that's not true. I mean, just look. Oh, look at them. Here's a perfect example of one that was put back together even better than before. Look at them. Oh God, they're so adorable. That's my daughter right there. That is my daughter right there. I love Pearly so much. We did it. We made it to the end. Oh my God. Misfits, I'm tired. I did not intend to do this for 8 hours. My voice is well beyond haggard. And so we are going to wrap it there. Hey, listen. Thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. Thank you so much for coming to my stream. Thank you for letting me put on this silly little show for you. I hope you liked it. What did y'all think? Did you like it? This case review, the story 9 out of 10, the evidence puzzles 2 out of 10. Overall, I'd give it 17 cups of coffee. This was a good one. I think it was a good case. I think it was a great villain. It was such a fun character to perform. Luke Atney was wild. But goddamn, I'm tired. Is it Friday yet? I am more than happy to steal that. And when we come back, we are going to begin next Friday with Recipe for the Turnabout. Yeah, that was great. That was great. God, that was a long stream. I am going to wrap there. I need to rest my voice. I need to shut the fuck up for like a day and a half. As always, you know that I kill myself on these streams, which means that Saturdays are always uncertain. So if we do something tomorrow night, you will find out on my Discord or my Twitter account. If I end up taking the night off, I'll let you know as well. If you're new here, if you had fun, if you enjoyed the vibe, I play a lot of single player games. I'm kind of a variety streamer, but Fridays we do the performance stream. If you had fun hanging out with me, I would love to have you back. Please throw me a follow if you don't already. You can also join my Discord. It's an awesome community, really active. And you can follow me on Twitter if you want to learn about acting jobs that I'm announcing, or weird memes, or lately my depression. But otherwise, you know, there's a million places you could have been tonight. You chose to spend it with me. That is not lost on me. That means the world to me. This is really important to me. I love doing this, and I hope to keep doing it. So, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And with that said, I am going to take us the hell out of here. You know what? There's like no one live right now. There's like no one live right now. Iron Mouse is just chatting. Early morning hangout? Don't say that. I have not been to bed yet. You know what? Let's go ahead and raid Mousy. I don't know what she's doing, but she's like the only person on my list right now. So let's go ahead and raid Iron Mouse. All right, Misfits. Have a wonderful night. I'm going to go ahead and set the raid up. If you can do one thing for me when you get there. Mousy has follower or subscriber only chat. So that means that if you're not one of her followers, you may not be able to post. Don't worry about that. But consider throwing her a follow, throwing her some love. And if you are one of the, if you already do follow her channel, do me a favor and just drop a whole bunch of emotes in chat. All right? That's all we need to do today. Or should we? Let's do this. Hope you're having a wonderful stream, Mousy. Let's do so much love to you. If you have the ability to type this, go ahead and send that when you get there. Listen, if you end up hanging out with Iron Mouse, I hope you have fun there. If you end up going to bed, I hope you have a wonderful night. Be kind to yourself. Stay hydrated. Take care of your voice like I'm about to do. I love y'all. Mwah. Have a wonderful night. I will see you when I see you. All right? Good night, good night, good night, good night, good night. Get the hell out of here. I'll see you soon.